Shane Joseph.
Yeah.
Good morning. Morning. The January 19th meeting of the Carter County Commission is now in session. I respectfully request everyone in the courtroom to turn off your cell phones at this time. Also, commissioners, do not use your phone for texting during the meeting. It can be very distracting. Please remain focused on the issues. Commissioners, if you wish to speak at any time during this meeting, please stand to be recognized by the chair. Only one person will be recognized to speak at any given time. All discussion must pertain to the motion that is under consideration. Going off on irrelevant topics will not be in order. Also, commissioners, if you would please collect your thoughts. Once you're recognized, you'll have an opportunity to speak once on the issue. You will not be able to speak a second time on the issue until we are assured that all commissioners have had an opportunity to speak. I think that will help tremendously, and it'll make a much more expeditious process. Thorough debate on the issues, always encouraged. However, personal attacks will not be tolerated. A professional decorum must be maintained throughout these proceedings. Per the request of Rules and Bylaw Committee, persons who violate this rule will be asked to leave the meeting. During commissioner comments, motions to adjourn will not be recognized until the chair is confident that all commissioners have had an opportunity to speak. In the interest of the most efficient and best use of time, breaks have been incorporated into the agenda today. We've got a very long agenda, a lot of items, so we've done the best we can as far as taking these breaks. If by chance any of the commissioners need to be excused prior to those breaks, please go ahead and excuse yourself to the back. But we want to maintain those break schedules if at all possible so that we do not distract from the agenda. At this time, Mr. Billy Harrell will come forward and give us present the courthouse emergency egress plan. Mr. Harrell.
Thank you, Mayor. To our guests, on behalf of the Carter County Courthouse, we welcome you. I want to go over a few safety issue items. We do have handicapped bathrooms at the end of this hall on the left side for male and female, handicap accessible. We also have an elevator in this hall to the left for people having trouble walking upstairs. We do have an elevator. Also, in case there's a fire alarm, our primary route of evacuation is down the steps towards the monument and to the back of the parking lot. That's where the fire department wants everybody to go, to the back parking lot. They don't want everybody going to the front because this is where the fire trucks will be coming to the front of the building. So we have our primary routes posted at each end of the courtroom. The red is our primary route of evacuation. The green is our secondary route of evacuation. Our secondary route of evacuation will be the steps in the middle of the hallway here. Also, in case there is a cardiac emergency, we do have an AED on the first floor of the courthouse, and it's right below us. We do have an AED. Also, we have fire extinguishers at both sides of the courtroom. To the left and right side, we do have fire extinguishers. And also, there is no smoking anywhere in the courthouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Madam Clerk, if you would please take the roll. One second. Bear with us just one moment.
Play in advance.
Okay, we do have 23 members here and a quorum. With that, we'll ask Mr. Charlie Von first, I'm sorry. Approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve the agenda. Is that as submitted, Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
The motion is to accept the agenda as submitted, second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion? Seeing Mr. Hill.
Sorry to interrupt, but the resolution to set the date and time for all regular scheduled sessions, if you look at it in the packet, and I've taken the casual survey, the signatory part on the back is a little confusing. I think we've gotten some information from a different resolution on here.
Well, in your packet, you did have a incorrect copy. It was just a clerical error in printing, but you have provided for you this morning on the table in front of you the correct resolution. The signatory page on number 2 was from the last agenda, but you have been provided with a clean copy this morning, sir.
Awesome, I'll stand there.
Okay. With that, any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you would, proceed with the vote. Reveal the vote, please. All ayes, motion passes. Now at this time, Mr. Charles Von Cannon will lead us in prayer. If everyone will please stand and remain standing for the pledge immediately thereafter, which will be led by Commissioner Johnson.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we ask Thee your richest blessing on this legislative body. May we make decisions that are to your liking. We also, Heavenly Father, we want you to let the sun come and wash away the ancient grudges, the bitter hatreds, held and nurtured over generations. Let the rain wash away the memory of the hurt and neglect, and let the sun come out and fill the skies with rainbows. Let the warmth of the sun heal us wherever we are broken. Let it burn away the fog so that we can see each other clearly, so that we can see beyond labels, beyond accents, beyond gender, beyond skin color. Let the warmth and brightness of the sun melt our selfishness, so that we can share the joys and feel the sorrows of our neighbors. Let the light of the sun be so strong that we will see all people as our neighbors. Let the earth, nourished by rain, bring forth flowers. Bless us and keep us in the palm of your compassionate and forgiving hand. Amen.
Amen.
Attention, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to recognize all the elected appointed officials. If you're with us this morning, please stand to be recognized. Thank you. We are now at the public comment section of our agenda. All those folks in the audience that would like to address the commission, please stand. one at a time to be recognized by the chair. Once you're recognized, please move forward to the podium. Once at the podium, clearly state your name, and you will have 5 minutes to speak. Sir, I think you were the first up, if you'll come around. And if everyone else would remain seating, and then we'll hear when he finishes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present before the commissioners. My name is Joe Newman. I'm a resident of Carter County. I live in Elizabethton, and I'd like to speak in favor of the resolution to support traditional and biblical values in relationship to marriage. Now, there have been several things that have been concerned in terms of threats to possibly lose federal money related to education, immigration, health. These threats from the federal government rarely materialize, but it certainly is evidence of the scope and concern that the federal government has, and I would say the overreaching scope of the federal government. Some states are not caving in. For example, New Mexico, which is where my oldest son lives now, was voted as the most dependent state on federal money. But even New Mexico refused to follow some federal directions in relationship to driver's licenses. Governments have made claims for absolute power for a long time. The confession of a faithful Roman was Caesar is Lord. Early Christians, however, came with another confession. They said Jesus is Lord, not the state. In Acts 5:29, Peter declared that we ought to obey God rather than men. Those who share the confession of these early Christians still believe that no state has ultimate power, but rather that the Creator has ultimate power, and the laws of the state are meant to reflect those values. Since God is sovereign and the state is not, we believe when a government oversteps its God-given boundaries, it is the duty of Christians to lawfully resist its tyrannical actions. In this specific situation, there's zero scientific evidence to indicate or support the notion of biological sexual determinism. In the recent Supreme Court ruling that claimed the authority to redefine marriage for the entire United States was problematic in several respects. First of all, it's contrary to the words of Christ, who said in Matthew and Mark that in the beginning God made them male and female. And for this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. But there's also other problems. It's outside the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court by the U.S. Constitution, and it's explicitly contrary to the Tennessee State Constitution vis-a-vis the 2006 Constitutional Amendment. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission of Carter County, we are asking you to petition the Tennessee General Assembly to use all lawful means to resist this immoral and unconstitutional ruling of the Supreme Court by passing the resolution which has been presented to you today. By doing God's will as civil magistrates, you cannot lose, but rather you will win by recognizing the Creator, and regardless of the final legislative action, you will indeed be glorified God. I appreciate your attention, and it's I don't know if this is...
No question and answer, sir. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Next person, I think this lady here, if you would, please. clearly state your name, please.
My name is Sandra Garrett, and I'm a resident of Carter County, Stony Creek to be exact. And thank you for allowing me to speak. I wish to speak as this gentleman on the same topic, but in a bit different manner. I find it rather ironic that he would invoke the biblical desire to obey God over state while yet expecting states' rights to trump the Constitution. In that regard, based on the wording of the resolution, this is about states' rights, according to that resolution, which has worked out well in the past. But anyway, the state does have a right, I imagine, to regulate domestic relations, but that doesn't mean that it has the right to limit them. It doesn't mean that it should, rather, limit them. It doesn't mean that it should expect a voluntary insistence on a second-class citizenship for LGBT people. My nephew is about to turn 17. He is gay. He scored a 34 on his ACT. That will get him into any college, in any degree, in any college in the world. He will not choose Carter County, or Washington County, or Sullivan County, or any county that relegates him to a second-class citizenship. So his dual income, no kid tax base will not present itself to Carter County or anywhere else that decides he's not of value to them. My husband and I have been married for 26 years, and in that course, we have seen marriage equality come to several states, state by state, and in those times I have yet to see anyone file for divorce stating, well, you know, Harry and Larry are married now, what's the point? It hasn't happened yet. It is not a determination of the health of society that gay marriage will be a detriment at all. And I also know that I'm not entertaining any illusion that I'm going to change anybody's minds here. If the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, has not been able to do so, I certainly can't. But I do want to register my level of unhappiness, I guess I would say, at this resolution. This is really a matter of the state's rights decision to be petulant, childish, and discriminative. And I think it's time to put childish things away. If we want to quote the Bible, there's one for you right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one other lady back here. If you would, ma'am, come forth.
Good morning. My name is Anna Walker, and I am a resident of Elizabethton.
Ms. Walker, could you speak up just a little bit, please,
Yes, sir.
so that everyone can hear? Thank you.
There is a popular slogan today which says that you cannot legislate morality. But today I want to claim that this statement is patently false. Because every law is an expression of somebody's morality. Every law sets limits saying, this is right or that's wrong, and these are moral claims. Thus, what the secularist really means when he says you cannot legislate morality is that you cannot legislate Christian morality. And by this trick, many Americans have supported atheist legislation while being convinced that they were supporting neutrality. Since every law that the state makes tells us what is right or wrong, acceptable or unacceptable, every law is based on some standard of morality. This means that the public square is not and cannot be morally neutral. So it is not a question of whether a state's laws will have a moral foundation, but what moral foundation that will be and where it will come from. Will the moral foundation for our laws come from Islamic religion or secular humanism or atheism? Will it come from homosexual immorality, or will it come from Christian morals? Whose morals will we choose to be the basis for the laws of our state? We are openly advocating God's design for marriage, as found in the Bible in Genesis 2:24, which says, "Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh." But we don't want you to be fooled into thinking our opponents are somehow religiously or morally neutral. They are advocating a definition of marriage that is based on their concept of morality and their definition of true religion. So today we ask you to defend marriage as between one man and one woman, a definition of marriage which has been the foundation of marriage law in Western civilization for the last 2,000 years, and in this country since the first colonists arrived in 1607. Do not permit the social engineers on the Supreme Court to redefine marriage for Tennessee, but please defend marriage and Tennessee by supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Yonts, I think you were next.
Don't shoot me down. I'm Bill Yonts. I pastor the Lighthouse for Jesus Church in Elizabethton. I've been in this county for 72 years. And we've always had morals. We've always been taught morals. And we got choices to make. You can raise up your hand for the right, or you can raise up your hand for the wrong. Now, if I challenge anybody in this house, this is a King James Version Bible, I use nothing else. Start in Genesis 1, go to Revelation 22. And you'll give me one place in God's mind. This is the mind of God, the Holy Bible. What he had on his mind, what he approves of, what he disapproves of. And if you'll show me one place in this Bible, anywhere, that God created man for man. In the beginning, God created man from the dust of the ground. His name was Adam. Adam had a rib in him. God took that rib out and he made a woman. And so, for a helpmate, that's the way God chose man and woman to be together. And if anybody can show me proof by God, not by the Supreme Court or any rule of any state, against God about what he said, because he was the one that created the heavens and the earth. And you that are sitting here today, he created you, made you. And so, as Martin Luther said in Wittenberg, Germany, in 1520, for me to stand up and tell everybody to go against what God has made known to me, I would have to go against my own conscience. I'd have to vote against my own conscience to go with something that I cannot prove by even God himself that's right. And so I trust that you will search your hearts today, and when you make a vote, you make the right choice. Should we obey God, or should we obey man? And from what I can understand, it takes a real Christian to stand up for what's right. And I claim to be a Christian. And I'm going to stand up with all that God said in this book right here. Now, as far as hurting people's feelings and preaching against these things, I could stand here all day long. And you all's agenda would run out tonight at dark, maybe. But we've got to search our lives and our hearts and our minds. Am I going to vote against what God is against? Or am I going to go with the Supreme Court to vote against God and what he thinks? May God bless you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Freddie Taylor was the next that I recognized.
Good morning. It's cold out there this morning. I did not want to get up and come here. I just had some major surgery on parts I don't want to talk about. But I'm Major Freddie Taylor, USMC retired. I was one of the founders of the Carter County Hunting and Fishing Association. In the last 10 years in this courtroom, myself and the other instructors have taught more than 1,000 people. I have to pull the records every once in a while because I have to destroy gun safety and the gun permit class. Folks, we're in a dangerous time People in Carter County are buying a lot of guns. And they're shooting those guns. I go all over the county talking to people and teaching. There is ranges popping up everywhere. Rifle and pistol ranges, in people's backyards. And the time is going to come because they don't have the proper training and they don't have the proper knowledge to set up a state-of-the-art, modern shotgun, rifle, pistol range. We're going to have an accident. And what I wanted to talk to you about this morning is I understand that there's a zoning regulation that's going to be passed or voted on, about 1,000-yard restriction between a range and a residential area. Folks, we're not 50 years ago. I go and shoot competition all over the United States. I've been a range master and a range officer all over the United States. I can bring out my ream of certificates, but that probably won't impress you. But I do have the qualifications and I do know what I'm talking about. A modern state-of-the-art range. I just recently visited my brother down in Washington, Mississippi. On one side of the 4-lane, there's $1 million homes. Right across that 4-lane is a rifle range. And you can sit out on the front porch and all you'll hear is pop, pop, pop. Modern ranges are built where you have to have baffles before you can get insurance for them. You have to ensure that you can't get a round out of there. You have to have proper sound abatement in your design. Now, I know a bunch of people has put a lot of work into trying to get a range built out there on that dump. That dump is our property, the people's property. And I know there's people against it. And we may say, well, we don't want your $1 million, don't build it. It can be built. But even if you're not gonna, if you're just gonna let that land sit there in the grass grow, and we'll sit and watch it for 50 years grow, if you don't wanna use that land, please, before you even vote on this 1,000-yard, 1,000 yards is a long way to vote. I shoot 1,000-yard competition, it's a long way. And we don't need 1,000 yards between a range and residential areas. It's just, we're not talking about a range that's up there on the lake. That's the most unsafe thing I've ever seen. We're talking about a modern range. So before you vote on this 1,000-yard thing, let myself and the rest of the Carter County Hunting and Fishing Association come before you and present you what a modern, up-to-date range looks like. We don't have one in East Tennessee, and we need one because more and more people are buying guns, and we need a safe place for them to shoot that has public access. So please, before you vote on this thing, let us present you with a presentation on what you're going to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Anyone else that would like to yes, sir, if you would, please come forward.
Before I begin speaking, I have some handouts for the commissioners.
Okay, if you could just hand it to Mr. Peters there and he'll assist, you would. And your name, sir?
My name is Aaron Frazier.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for speaking and allowing me to speak. I'm a native of Carter County. I was born in Elizabeth and then raised in Peters Hollow, just down the road from Mr. Buford Peters. My shooting part growing up was an apple tree at the corner of my papa's front yard and the towering walnut tree behind my parents' house. At the time, the tree belonged to Stace Harden and he didn't seem to mind. Growing up here, most kids are exposed to firearms very early. My first firearm was a Youth 20 shotgun. I was the ripe old age of 1. There are roughly 8,000 school children within the county, according to census data found at census.gov, that this range can benefit. According to the Scholastic Shooting Sports Foundation, their Play Target program grew by 10% last year and has grown by 159% since it was started in 2010. Currently, 42 states participate at the high school level. There are 779 registered teams in 2015, showing a growth of about 3%. The pistol program is active in 25 states and grew 35% from 2013 to 2014. Both of these programs can lead to junior Olympic and Olympic level competitions and have options for college scholarships. I've outlined the benefits provided by just these two programs that are included with membership in the handout of pages 1 and 2. All told, the Scholastic Shooting Sports Foundation alone donated $140,000 among 148 students. This is not including other groups such as the NRA, the ACUI, and US Clay Target, etc. They do not publish their exact numbers on scholarships, so I've excluded them for that reason. In addition to collegiate instruction, there are grants available to colleges and universities of up to $100,000 to help start a shooting program if one does not exist at that university. And it seems there's a fairly successful local college campus just down the road from where the range would be. Other colleges in the state that already participate in one shooting program, or most notably on the list, would be the UT Vols, also UT Martin, University of Memphis, Austin Peay, and MTSU. Within 5 years, it would be nice to see Northeast State on that list as well, I think. And that's just 2 of the shooting sports programs available. There are small bore and archery crossbow programs available that this park would also accommodate. These 4 programs open up additional opportunities to kids here, such as the pentathlon. If you think back to when you were a kid, it includes swords, guns, running in the woods, and swimming. And that's 4 activities I'm pretty sure anybody in this room would be okay with. Handout pages 3 and 4 show a comparison of 2011 to 2014 safety and injury data. During that time, we as a nation added 1.1 million hunters and shooting sports aficionados, had 1,100 fewer incidents of that time, and dropped a full percentage point in percentage of injury. Archery dropped by 3 percentage points. US Clay Target boasts over 4,000 consecutive days of being injury-free, making it the safest high school sport in the country. The benefits of the proposed idea of the park far outweigh the negative narrative that has been presented to the zoning committee and the county commissioners. The noise levels created by this park would be less than the airport generates in the same proximity. The airport plane flying at about 1,000 feet out of the airport, a single engine plane generates about 80 decibels. Me just speaking to you right now, I'm speaking at you above 75 decibels. The proposed location is essentially a bowl requiring very little additional burning, as well as providing additional sound reduction. Chief among the benefits is the great addition of school programs with training built in for the instructors. This is an advancement of our mountain heritage, increases knowledge and training with firearms, and ensures that our children understand a very basic right, and that is the right to bear arms. For once, this also isn't just for one school. All the county and city schools can participate in intramural, JV, and varsity level programs, as well as having a county-wide shooting team that can participate at a state level. It also provides additional revenue options for the county in terms of tax dollars. This park will be a draw. Ultimately, with the grants provided, construction of the park wouldn't cost the county a dime. The county's contribution will be the land itself. For once in a lifetime, we have the opportunity to put lipstick on a pig in the form of an old garbage dump and turn it into a show horse. Refuse to allow fear and angst to define an amazing project, and please vote no for the time being on the proposed zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other party? Yes, sir, if you would, please.
Morning, y'all. Michael Warren. I'm a creeker. For the rest of you, that's Stony Creek. A couple of things. I mean, it's just plain old everyday cut and dry. This young man made a good point there. Marriage. One man, one woman, that's it. If you want to be silly enough to live otherwise, that's between you and your maker. And this fellow talking about the gun range there a minute ago. I'd hope I'd rather have a bunch of them boys, especially young fellas like I would, that running through the woods and shooting at beer cans or squirrels or whatever they find. I'd rather have them in a shooting range, period. I mean, I don't give a kitty what color a shooting range is. It's better having a shooting range than it is running through the woods, shooting at somebody else that may be on the other side of the woods. Anyway, with all that said, I noticed the article in the newspaper the other day that some fella was talking about trying to set a ruling on the time period for the meetings. And then some guy was talking about trying to get more citizens involved in their community and their politics and all that. Well, there's two things. Set the meetings at 1800, well, 6 p.m. for some of you. It's 1800 in the evening, and that will give some citizens a little more time and opportunity to get involved. But the main ingredient is, by cracking, the smart citizens are staying out of here because they don't understand all the chaotic turmoil and stuff going on in here, so they don't want to get covered up with the rest of the mud. So they just staying out, that's all there is to it. This TIF deal and all that they're putting in the, writing in the paper and everything like that. I was at the program, the meeting where somebody come in, I believe some big lawyer fellow, worked for a firm out of Nashville, but I believe he come from Knoxville. And then that woman, I believe she was Kingsport or something. But I didn't understand, I still don't understand TIF and don't know a whole lot about it. But from what Google calls it, Google doesn't really see it as a good deal. And I've asked many people, if you've got to get the city and the county to agree, which that's going to be a challenge right there. The city and the county has to agree that the TIF program or project in question is a good idea, and that they're going to go ahead and say they're going to support the financial backing of that or whatever it is. To me, that sounds a little bit like co-signing for a car note. And that's the question I've been putting out, and to this day I don't have anybody really explaining to me if that project went belly up, who was going to be left holding the bag. And if I ain't mistaken now, my memory does wobble on me, but the state of California rejected, passed a law forbidding TIF operations in the state of California because a TIF program has a lot, and I mean a lot of opportunity for under-the-table dealings, and some people call it fraud and embezzlement and all that stuff. And if the state of California passes a law to do away with TIF, by golly, that's a sign right there. The state of California don't pass a law to do away with much of nothing. And I just don't understand the folks that's trying to blow in here with this TIF deal. And some of that map that they got on the computer, some of it they got colored in for residential over behind Sycamore Shoals. Well, they want to put people in there behind Sycamore Shoals because it's close to the hospital. Well, when you make that statement, it sounds like you want old folks behind Sycamore Shoals so they're close to the hospital. Is it going to be a retirement home, or is it going to be apartments, or is it pretty little old houses, or is it what we call in Louisiana shotgun houses for the low income, or what? You know? And then industrial and grocery store stuff on around the river there toward the Tractor Supply. Who in the world is going to pay for all the clay dirt that's going to take to cover that up? Because if my rumor has me somewhat close to correct, when it's
Mr.
built,
Warren, I appreciate all your comments. Your time's up, sir.
thank you very much,
sir.
Mike.
You have a good day.
Y'all be blessed.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Yes, ma'am, if you would, please.
I want to address the narrative resolution as well. I did not plan to speak, so I wanted to speak in off the cuff. My name's Pat Buck. I've lived in Stony Creek for 40 years. We began this meeting pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands. So I think it is appropriate that we take account of how the United States government works. And that is that the Supreme Court really does have the final say on what's constitutional. In the case of same-sex marriage, they decided that it was unconstitutional to discriminate against two people of the same sex, and they should have the same right to marry as people of the opposite sex. So the Supreme Court is the power in the United States government that makes that decision on constitutionality. The second thing we should consider in our Constitution is the First Amendment that says basically that state and church are separate, that the state cannot control the church, and that individuals cannot be told how to worship. Now, there is nothing in the Supreme Court's decision that would require any pastor or any church to perform a marriage between two people of the same sex. But that is not a decision for the state to make. The state, according to the Supreme Court, must allow it. Now, for the Bible again, you render unto Caesar what is Caesar. I mean, follow the law. And the church is left independent. Consider that if the church can control what the state does, the state can control what the church does. And you don't want that. We have two separate functions here. And the United States Supreme Court has decided that marriage can take place between two individuals of the same sex. Now, frankly, I don't see how that could be a problem to society. If you have people vowing to take care of one another, to establish a family, it seems to me that that is actually a benefit to the stability of society. I really discourage you from voting for this amendment. It's a waste of time. It is not going to change the way the United States government works. And it just sort of, are you taking an opportunity to prove how discriminatory you can be? Please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like, okay, ma'am, if you would, come forward.
My name is Beth Sluter. I also did not intend to speak today, but sitting here has inspired me just to stand up and make my statement. I work with a lot of LGBT individuals in the Tri-Cities and the surrounding area, from our youth to elderly people, to people who are currently, recently getting married after this Supreme Court decision. I can stand up here and tell you how heartbreaking it is to see elderly men come to meetings, to be out for the very first time in their lives in tears because they've had to hide who they are because of their neighbors, like those of you who passed this resolution, because they've lived in fear their entire lives. I can tell you about the children who come, whose parents are terrified that they're going to have to live in communities like this, where we have resolutions to discuss whether or not they get to have rights like everyone else. But if you could be swayed by emotional arguments like that, we wouldn't be here today talking about this resolution. So we'll move on. The other part of the issue is people keep coming up here talking about the LGBT community like we're some sort of boogeyman that crept out of the woodwork when the Supreme Court decided to make this decision. It's not true. We've always been here. Plenty of you know plenty of LGBT people that you think are good, hard-working people. A lot of them are good, hard-working, God-loving people. They're individuals that you know. You're trying to lump people in together as one big group, and you want to stand up and say that you have nothing personally against them. It's just what your book tells you that you should be doing. Well, the thing is, we've always been here. We're always going to be here. And you want to talk about your traditional values and the values that you want to uphold. Well, you know what? There are traditional values too. These are our mountains too. They don't just belong to you. They belong to us as well. And we have rights, just like you have rights. And you stand up here on your commission, and your job is to represent your constituents in the area. And putting forth a resolution like this does nothing but divide your community. That's what you're doing. You're choosing to take part of your community and dividing them out, telling them that they have fewer rights than everyone else. That's not what you were put here for. You're put here to protect the community, not to divide them. And with that in mind, I just hope that you choose to take the economic considerations into mind, which I'm sure is something that has been on your minds. I believe there's actually a commissioner who may be mentioning that at some point. But the point is, your job is to support your community, not divide it, and I hope you keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, we have 7 resolutions on the agenda today. We've heard a great number of comments pertaining to the Tennessee's authority to regulate domestic relations, and I think we've had that topic pretty well covered. Is there someone here that wants to speak on a resolution other than that? You're wanting to speak on a resolution, sir?
Not that one specifically, but a resolution, yes.
Okay, thank you. Come forward.
Spoke publicly a lot, but I still get, my heart races just a little bit, get a little nervous, camera shy. Nonetheless, my name is Richard Tester. I'm currently serve as city councilman for the city of Elizabethton, and also serve as chairman of Carter County tomorrow. I would like to present a couple of things to you all as far as on the December 10th meeting of the Elizabethton City Council, we did pass a resolution expressing continued support for Carter County tomorrow. In the resolution, and I can give you a copy of that, it's for the minutes, it's resolution number 51-54. In the resolution, it hits a couple of vital points. It's the typical resolution, I guess. Mayor Alexander always likes to say that attorneys get paid by the word. That's why they write the resolution so long. Nonetheless, a couple of key points that I would like to express to you guys that's in this resolution from the city of Elizabethton is we obviously have an existing interlocal agreement with the county and with the city of Watauga, as well as the interlocal agreement with the city of Elizabethton. We see that obviously with any organization, as you step back and look at the productivity and the efficiency of it, we certainly see the need to make whatever changes that are necessary to foster better communication with Carter County, with Watauga, and Elizabethton, as relative to economic and community development. And obviously, I'd say the majority of you have reviewed some of the state legislature, Chapter 1101, that kind of puts a blueprint of what your joint economic and community development should look like. Presently, Carter County Tomorrow Board does look like that. According to Chapter 1101, there are some tweaks, but we are open, and that's our primary motive. I say our, the city of Elizabethton. I've talked to all of our city council persons, and the mayor of Elizabeth, Mayor Alexander, has obviously signed this resolution. But it's our desire to foster that communication better with Carter County and the city of Watauga. Again, and that would equal better economic development for the entire county, with the city included, of course, both cities included. I want to read I want to quote part of the resolution real quickly, so that you'll know, I guess, what I would take as the most vital part of this resolution. But it says the City of Elizabethton encourages Carter County to continue to cooperate in the management of the business activities of Carter County tomorrow, and to participate in long-term communications and planning activities required by the law to foster and coordinate all the economic and community development for the county's government entities, commerce, industry, and private citizens. I would personally like to urge the county commission to send the present resolution to one of your committees and invite either the executive board of Carter County tomorrow or all the board. All our board members are almost all of them are volunteer except for the elected ones, and we want to see and we want to produce positive economic and community development for the entire county. And so I would like to urge you guys to consider sending this to the committee and inviting us so that we can have a workshop and so that we can hash out some of our questions and answer any question that you might have concerning what we're doing, what we've done in the past, and how we can improve things. That's our ultimate goal, is how can we, grandmother always told me don't worry about spilled milk because there's nothing you can do about it, but you can move forward. And so if we can collaborate, that word's been used in economic development forever, it seems like, and I've heard it over and over again, but if we can collaborate as the three entities that are in Carter County, Elizabeth, Walton, and Carter County, if we can collaborate and work together, I think that we can do away, we can increase and better the economic climate that is presently within the city.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. We appreciate the comments. I think there's a gentleman on the back row back there that I've not recognized. If you would, sir, come forth.
My name is Steve Stevenson. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I came here to talk about the campground ordinance that hasn't been spoken about yet. First of all and foremost, I would personally like to thank the men and women in this room who served in the military, those people that are first responders, and I just noted that there's several here today. And I want to thank them for their service, because in their current administration and where the world's going, they don't get much recognition. But as far as the campground ordinance, I've spoken before you guys a couple of times, and I hear it might come back up for another vote, hopefully come in our favor. There may be people here who are against the campground ordinance because they think there's going to be a campground in their backyard. Well, there's no fear of that. Since this ordinance was adopted, I think in 2010, more people have won the recent Powerball than you guys have had campground applications. There's been zero. You guys talk about doing adventure tourism, and you guys are doing a lot towards that. The problem you're going to have with that is you're going to have you might get some more tourism here, but there's no place for the people to stay. You don't have any new hotels. You don't have any new campgrounds. These folks are going to be staying in other states and other areas, myself included. I'm anticipating eventually building a restaurant on our campground. But if the ordinance remains this way it is, I'm currently looking at property over in Avery County, North Carolina, to be closer to the ski resorts over there. But anyway, and again, I just want to reiterate, the ordinance itself is very restrictive. For you folks that worry about campgrounds in your backyard, that ain't going to happen, because it hasn't happened since the ordinance came in effect. And I'm just asking to please make it less restrictive for us that when it's developed. And as far as my particular campground, I am within 300 feet of a residence. The residence that I'm within 300 feet of is a person that's not even a resident of the state of Tennessee. They live in Florida, and they live there, half the year. So if that's an issue, hopefully you guys can put something in there where you guys can approve them, by individual merit, as opposed to...
That particular resolution is not on the agenda today. It will have to be addressed by the planning commission, and then it'll be put on possibly at a later date.
Oh, okay, well, there's something about Adventure Tourism.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I think Mr. LeVeaux, you wanted to.
Hello, my name is David LeVeaux. I spoke, I guess, a couple months ago at the last commission meeting. And I know tourism, CCT are both issues that are on the table today. And I wanted to speak in support, firstly, of tourism. I believe that the tourism function should remain with the chamber. And I know Tanya's going to give a presentation of such. All that that group does, the successes that we've had, and some of the challenges that the tourism has had during economic downturns as well, but also the successes during the economic downturn that have come to play. I think it makes sense to have it, tourism, with the chamber, largely because of the visitor center and how intertwined the chamber is with tourism. You know, you have visitors coming through that area, and that is a location where they get information about the county, things to do, places to visit, and a great referral place. So, you know, also requesting, you know, as you all will vote on later, releasing the funds for tourism. Tanya and her staff have been hard at work, doing multiple functions, functions that normally in the past a director of tourism has done, and that position has been unable to be filled, largely because of the lack of funding that's being held in reserve. They were as you recall, through the interview process, down to a couple candidates, and were unable to finish that because funding was being withheld. And it kind of brings me to the question, why was this funding held in the first place? And I pretty much have lists of questions. Why was it held in the first place? What were the issues with tourism as they existed? The tourism folks were not approached, questioned, communicated with that there were any problems. All of a sudden funding was being held. And just didn't understand why that took place. Whether it was an association with the economic board that is tourism, the chamber is under the umbrella. We just never got answers until, I guess, November, when we approached the budget committee that there was a need for a contract. If there was a need for a contract, why wasn't that communicated to the tourism group prior to funding being released or being held? So these are some of the things that we have questions. We've been, and I say we, tourism, I was a former treasurer for the chamber and just rolled off a few months ago. But I still want to see that group succeed, and Tanya and her staff have been doing, working hard still with tourism and the chamber, double duties. I'd like to see that remain there. I also have economic charts to show, and I brought, I saw, and I kind of want to shift gears a little bit in support of the tourism, to really putting questions out there for the CCT, for this audit that's in your package, and some of the items that are in that. In the business world I come from, an audit report is done by an independent third-party group that is pretty much free from bias. And I don't know, but I wonder if that is the case with this report. There's a lot of listings of regulations and things, compliance issues, but rarely is there referral or relation to specific incidences where things are out of compliance or laws are broken. So I guess as I ask you all, as you look at this report, make sure that all the questions that you may have are answered.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. We appreciate that. Okay.
Do you mind if I have just a couple minutes to wrap it up?
I haven't given any of the others that opportunity, so I
Well,
appreciate
I
it.
haven't asked, and I'm asking.
We're already beyond our time constraint today, but we appreciate that.
All right, can these be handed out? They're economic charts to show that the number that was shown in lost
You can
jobs.
give them to Mr. Peters there, and he'd be glad to distribute them. Thank you. Is there anyone else? We've got to bring this thing to a close. Ms. Cannon. And then there's one other back there. And then that we'll have to shut down at that time as far as public comments, because, you know, I'd like to hear all, but we can't be here all day just in public comments. Thank you. Ms. Cannon.
Yes, my name is Johnny Cannon. I'm a citizen of Carter County. I live in the 3rd District in Central. A couple of things today I would like to take us back to something a little bit more objective. We've heard a lot on the issue of marriage equality. I would like to ask this body to consider where this resolution came from. Did anyone in this room write that resolution? Did the mayor write it? Did our attorney write it? It came from Nashville. There is more than just the emotional, the moral issue here. That particular resolution is being shuffled around all of our counties and voted on by all the commissioners to fulfill a political agenda from a lobbyist group in Nashville. So think very hard about that and whether this county wants to support an agenda that originated elsewhere. The other issue that I would like for y'all to consider is one that the gentleman before me spoke to, and that is an audit that claims to be an audit. I would like for you to postpone action on that until you can do some really hard homework on verifying it, and I yield back the rest of my time to the gentleman who preceded me.
Is that acceptable?
Sir, you have 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I did mean to run over, and I do, you know, the audit report does cite different things, but, you know, I want to get kind of past that. And I love this county, and I'm from the outside, but I've moved here and lived here almost most of my life now, raised a family and all. And is this lawsuit in CCT, was this truly a last resort? Were issues that disagreement, were all communications broken down? You know, we need to be able to work together. I presented charts that show, yes, Carter County may not have had 392 depending on the source, but I have on the very end a summary of that time period and a comparison of neighboring counties and similar counties in our northeast area. Many counties lost jobs during this time. So 392, 190 is what I came up with using the Bureau of Labor Statistics, National Government Organization. And to think that jobs and loss of jobs, everybody was losing jobs. That was the downturn in our economy. Counties, government, nationally, we're still recovering. And those are the statistics to provide to prove that. So it wasn't just Carter County that was suffering. Our neighboring counties were as well. And as far as CCT, yes, there are some improvement opportunities. I think we need to work together, not tear it apart. There are some issues. There are some of those compliance issues listed may be factual, they may be true. Who knows what's the authority in that, and is the authority really behind this audit at this time? I would propose, since I'm short of time, that we think really hard what this lawsuit is all about. I propose that in recommending to this commission that you hold this lawsuit. I'd like it to be dismissed, but I'd like it to be put on hold. Get a group, a subcommittee of you all, work together with a subcommittee, with the city, with Watauga, get together, work out these things, be proactive, work together, and let's put down these differences so we can move forward. We spent too much money on this lawsuit already. It's so much more than the $40,000 that's been withheld. So let's put all this down. Let's work together.
Thank you, sir. There's one last person here on the second row, and that we're going to end public comments with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anthony Walker. I'm from Carter County, and I want to speak in defense of the marriage resolution. And I want to answer some potential objections. The first one is that we don't have the authority to act. 2 years ago, the Supreme Court agreed in United States versus Windsor, the same 5 justices who claimed the right to define marriage in Obergefell versus Hodges ruled that the federal government has no jurisdiction over the institution of marriage, saying that the Constitution delegated no authority to the government of the United States on the subject of marriage and divorce, and that the whole subject of the domestic relations of husband and wife, parent and child, belongs to the laws of the states and not to the laws of the United States. Now, this most recent ruling, I believe, is an overstep of authority, and that we do, in the state of Tennessee, have the authority to act. The second objection that I want to refer to is that the most recent Supreme Court ruling doesn't harm those who hold a view of biblical marriage. I want to claim that it does. Already today, we often have to conduct ourselves in a stealthy manner when we want to protect the moral atmosphere of our places of business. We do this in fear of being falsely accused as being bigots or acting with hate. However, in other places where the movement is stronger, there is much greater impact. In August 2015, the Colorado Court of Appeals ruled that a family bakery owned by a Christian could not refuse to make wedding cakes for homosexual couples. In August 2013, the Supreme Court of New Mexico ruled that Christian photographers do not have the right to decline photographing a gay wedding, even if doing so violates their religious beliefs. Justice Richard C. Boston wrote that Christians must compromise their religious beliefs as the price of citizenship. Now, if the law of the land had been a biblical definition of marriage between a man and a woman, these things could not have taken place. In Canada, where the movement has progressed much further, pastors can be jailed for preaching against homosexuality because it has been defined as hate speech. The next objection I want to address is that it's going to cost us money. This is speculative. It actually costs us nothing to pass this resolution before us. And it costs the state of Tennessee nothing to uphold the Constitution amendment that is already in place. Yes, it may be the case that the federal government may threaten us to withhold subsidies. But if we can be held hostage on our most basic beliefs on account of money, we are in a very perilous and distressing position. In the founding of our country, Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." I hope we are not changing that to say, "Give me liberty or give me money." Lastly, that interposition the objection that interposition is not the best way to do it. Perhaps or perhaps not. Either way, nothing else is being done right now, and the issue is before us. We are not opposed to other types of action, but we believe that this is the right action at the moment. A tyrannical ruling by a 5-4 majority on the Supreme Court has left the people in Carter County vulnerable. The U.S. Congress has failed to do anything about it, though they could. What we are asking you to do is to support efforts in our state legislature to defend our right, to defend their authority to regulate marriage. Traditional marriage is the law of the land of Tennessee. We want you to help us defend that law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With that, we're closing the public comment section of the agenda. Next item on the agenda is the acceptance of minutes from previous meeting. You have a copy of that.
We only have a couple more people like to speak. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Agree. Do I hear a proper motion to allow that, Ms. Culler?
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Culler to allow continuation of public comment. And I hear a second by Mr. Hill. Madam Clerk, if you would proceed with a vote. Reveal the vote, please. 18 ayes. We'll continue public comment section. Ma'am, if you would please come forth.
Hello. Thank you for your extra time. My name is Casey Wilson. I'm a resident of Carter County. I grew up here. I went to elementary, middle school, and high school at Happy Valley. We've come a long way as a country. The West and North already have a preconceived idea about the South, and that is that we're a backward six. Let's not prove them right today. This issue is not about religion. Let me remind you that there is a separation between church and state. Please dismiss any argument where religion is a reason to fall backwards as a country and discriminate once again. The tax issue in this, if this passes, for every same-sex couple that wants their marriage to be recognized or to obtain a marriage license, they will have to go to court at your expense, at the taxpayer's expense. If you approve this, I know the last thing you will want to do is fund a same-sex marriage. Consider that, please. Everyone as a United States citizen deserves rights. I'm asking you today for equal rights as you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Back row.
Good morning, and I do thank you for the additional time. My name is Charles Shear from Carter County, and truly I want to address again the issue concerning biblical marriage, traditional marriage, and there's been quite a bit of conversation about that thus far this morning, and we need to remember that this is, well, it really is, it can be an emotional issue. It can be. But as we do not want to make decisions based upon emotion, we do understand also that it is an ethical or moral issue, as regardless of where you come down on this issue, it is a moral issue to you. That is, you fundamentally believe that you hold to an idea based upon some preconceptions you have about reality, where you come from and where you're going. So I wanted to address a couple of things. One, this is really important for us to understand that in the United States, and this was mentioned earlier, but in the United States, we are under a constitutional government. The Supreme Court, though it is called supreme, is not the supreme law of the land. It is the law which is interpreted by the Constitution, or by the Supreme Court, and it is only the Constitution which is to be interpreted. The Supreme Court, as part of the federal government, only has jurisdiction pertaining to what the Constitution says it has jurisdiction over. And so it cannot go ahead and make decisions in areas in which there's no jurisdiction given to it. This is really important when it comes to whether we're talking about marriage, whether we're talking about education, or whether we're talking about many other issues. If the Constitution does not say that there is an issue constitutionally about it, if the Constitution doesn't mention it, then they can't rule on it. And so if the Supreme Court decides to redefine something like marriage, it has stepped outside of its bounds and outside of its jurisdiction and has ruled and made decisions which have no force, validity, or authority over any of the states. And certainly not over the state of Tennessee, which clearly, by a vast majority of the people of these states, and a vast majority of the people of this county, I think it was close to 88%, voted in affirming the constitutional amendment in 2006 to say that marriage is between one man and one woman. This is not a controversial issue, really. This is something which is settled in the minds of many of your constituents, most. And really, even if it was a majority against, if we were in a county which was a majority against, we would still have the authority to say, we have a law now in this land. If you want to change the way things are done, it needs to be done by another constitutional amendment. We can't just ignore what our current amendment says, what our current Tennessee state constitution says. And no other body, no other governing body can change our law. We are a sovereign state. They can't just change our law and tell us that we must do things their way or else hold us captive through federal funds being withheld. We cannot be held captive by that. It's unjust. And I think it was mentioned, we become those who are subject to all sorts of tyranny if we are willing to give up our liberty in order to get money. If as we said, give us liberty or give us money. Oh, I hope we never say something like that. Maybe we never say that. Give us liberty. We desire liberty, true freedom, to be a people who govern themselves by what the Word of God says and by what our people have already agreed together to uphold as a traditional marriage as between one man and one woman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Over here on the right. We'll get you next.
I'm Julie Seward, and I've lived here for almost 46 years. You might have some questions about interposition. I did, as I was approaching this. So what can be done when a branch of government goes beyond its constitutional boundaries? How can the Supreme Court's illegal claim to power over marriage be restrained? Well, the other branches of government and the states must interpose between the Supreme Court's tyranny and the people. So what is interposition? Interposition is demonstrated when someone or some group interposes or positions themselves between an oppressor and his intended victim. When a ruler passes wicked laws or undertakes a wicked policy, then lesser magistrates have not only the right, but also the duty, the responsibility to stand between the people and the oppressive ruler. And we're asking you to petition the Tennessee General Assembly to interpose between the immoral and unconstitutional judgment of the Supreme Court and the people of Tennessee, who voted by more than 81% to define marriage as between one man and one woman. Now, this doctrine of interposition has its roots in the Bible, and has frequently been used in English history and, of course, in American history as well, to defend the God-given rights of the people. In the Bible, the crown prince Jonathan interposed himself between his father, King Saul, and David, whom Saul sought unlawfully to put to death. Queen Esther interposed herself and appealed to King Ahasuerus to defend her people from the anti-Semitism of Haman, who sought to exterminate the Jews. In 1215, at Runnymede, the English barons faced a tyrant named King John who sought to oppress the people. And these barons, who were the lesser magistrates, interposed between King John and the English people and forced him to sign the great Charter of Liberty we call the Magna Carta. About 550 years later, our own American colonies elected a Continental Congress that sought to interpose between the colonies and the tyrannical policies of King George and the British Parliament. For the past 3,000 years, lesser magistrates who have treasured God's law and biblical liberty have interposed in order to defend the people from tyrants who would force upon the people unjust and perverse policies. Once again, it's time to stand against tyranny. The unjust ruling of the Supreme Court in Obergefell versus Hodges not only usurps the state's right to regulate the institution of marriage, it also seeks to overthrow the biblical understanding of marriage, which God established in the beginning and has governed every civilization on the planet for the last 6,000 years of human history. So we ask you, please, to petition the Tennessee General Assembly to interpose between the people of Tennessee and the Supreme Court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, the lady here on the fourth row back in the red checkered shirt, I think you were next. Okay.
Appreciate it. I know we're running long. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Oh, my name is Gerald Fry.
Okay, Mr. Fry, you have 5 minutes just like everyone else, so go ahead.
The truth of the matter is that there is now a lobbying group in Tennessee that has entered Tennessee to fight the anti-marriage battle. And I sincerely hope that they are true believers. I prefer to believe that everybody's stance is genuine, whichever side they fall on. But the way this plays out is that the legal battles start, people start spending money, the lobbying groups start fundraising. These are national groups that need lots of funds. They need battles to raise those funds, and a lot of that funds goes to payroll, like any other group. What I've heard today mentioned is that there's a bundle of bills crossing the state being voted on in different places. It's all coming from the same group. The armchair constitutional lawyer we heard, which is fun, I do it too. I enjoy it quite a bit. I'm also an armchair philosopher and psychologist and physicist. Nobody seems to want to listen to me on any of those subjects. But at the end of the day, the armchair lawyering really doesn't matter. What we all know is that federal laws apply. At the end, either we will have an empty resolution that serves only to hurt some people's feelings, to make some people feel second class, or we will actually have pitched legal battles where we will all be spending large amounts of money, and in the end, the federal laws will win. In the process, we will have ourselves a black man.
I have worked in different places in the country. I have worked for large corporations. I don't know what your plans for tourism and bringing jobs and businesses into the area are, but the fact of the matter is that large corporations, successful large companies, now value their LGBT employees and take their rights and their ability to recruit such employees very seriously. So it really does affect your future economic potential. As the other lady mentioned, it affects who stays and who goes. Maybe you won't rid of certain people. Certainly not the country I thought I was growing up in. One of the things I noticed growing up in this area, attending various churches, was that many of the churches I attended were racist. They preached racism from the pulpit. I doubt I'm the only person in this room that heard such things. Certainly many of you are older than me. I'm aware of racist churches at the moment. I personally can't think of too many things more immoral than a preacher from the pulpit preaching racism. But the fact of the matter is that they have the right to, and no federal agent has ever gone into a church to arrest someone preaching racism. There's a separation of church and state because our founding fathers realized that for the country to be successful, that's what we needed. This is not a battle of God versus secular government. There are churches in the area that embrace gay marriages. They embrace all LGBT people. This is a promotion of certain forms of Christianity over everyone else's religion or lack thereof. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, if you would, come forth.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Savage. I've lived in the area for my entire life. And I also am not going to address the emotional aspects of things because, again, if that's what we were here about, we wouldn't be here. Financially, this is a bad idea, the marriage resolution. People keep saying, well, it's speculative that the $8.5 billion would be pulled from funding. The fact that you're willing to take the risk for defunding sick kids and hungry kids through TennCare and SNAP says a lot about the morals. It also involves where money is spent in the state. I was married 2 years ago to my partner. We couldn't get married here then. I went out of state. It's thousands of dollars into another state's economy that could have been spent here. And I think that says a lot, that I'm not the only one. So if you want to keep the money here and keep our economy going, look at it that way. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Mr. Wortman.
Thank you. My name is Dave Wortman, resident of Elizabeth in Carter County. 32 years ago, I was looking for a community to put a new Edward Jones office in. The Chamber of Commerce and the tourism people were very instrumental in helping me identify that this was a good community to come to. And as a former president of the Elizabethton Chamber, I know full well how much time and effort and good work that our chamber does in the area of tourism. The withholding of these funds is just not right. Now we fast forward 32 years, and as I get ready to retire May 31st, we now have 4 Edward Jones offices in Elizabethton, 9 good paying jobs, 401k, healthcare benefits, and all that goes with it. And I don't say that to brag, but that's the result of me locating here. Our first visit to Elizabethton was the week of the Covered Bridge celebration. And I thought, you know, this community's got it going on. This is really good. Had at that time, in researching this community, I would have seen the fighting that's going on between the city and the county. I would have passed you by. I would have gone somewhere else. Drop the lawsuit. You are wasting taxpayer money that you don't have. It's not your money, it's the taxpayers. Sit down, quit this power grab, and discuss this with the officials. Carter County tomorrow was combined through a joint effort of the county and the city. If it needs to be changed, it should be a joint effort. It shouldn't be driven by one person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wortman. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Martin.
Good morning. My name is Ken Markland. I'm a lifelong resident of Carter County. I'm currently the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and I'd like to thank the body before me today for voting to allow the people to continue to have their voice here today instead of having a abridged version of that. I'd just like to mention that tourism has always been a part of the Chamber. Chamber's been in the city of Elizabeth since the late 1800s, believe it or not. And originally, when the hotel-motel tax was first brought in from the state to the local bodies, it was the chamber who got with the county commissioners here and developed that. Tourism came about from those monies. That's how it was funded. We've had to kind of curtail that since the funding's been dropped. We've had a lot of things we'd like to do we can't do. We still have some money in reserve. We've not hired a director because of that. That's one reason we still have a little bit of money. It's also affecting the Covered Bridge celebration that was mentioned. It's 50th anniversary. And some of this lack of funding is actually going to impact that. Instead of having a nice 50th anniversary, we may just have a small 2-day event at best. What we like to do is have something like we had years ago. And maybe last all week, have music every night, but like I said, it makes it hard when you don't have the money. Just like today to consider, if you would, we found out from June to November, not really anything as to why, but then it was a talk of a need of a contract. Well, if we need a contract, that's fine. A select body from you people would be the thing to do, to come with us to an executive committee from the board. We can get together, see what needs to be on that. Like I said, we thought we were running in a fine state as far as where we're at with an understanding. Even though the county is no longer a part of the chamber, the mayor is an ex officio member, and he's always had a voice there. If he chooses to use it, he's always welcome. That's never changed. We just ask if you would do that, come to us, let us have a time to develop a program and have that contract. It's mutual to both parties that we agree upon. We'll sign it and we can move forward. That's just our request today. And again, I thank you for your time. If I have any time left, Mr. LeBeau, if you have anything left, I'd refer to you.
Thank you, but I've said no. Unless there are questions later on.
Well, we appreciate it, gentlemen. I'm certain there's going to be a plain discussion once we see these presentations. Is there anyone else that wants to address the commission? Yes, ma'am, if you would, here in the back. And then the next person will be this gentleman here on the second row. I think I've missed him or overlooked him a couple of times. Yes, sir, you. Okay. Ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Walker, and I live here in Carter County. I'm talking about the marriage resolution again. You know, got a lot of discussion on this today. One of my concerns is the position of our county clerks in all the counties. I mean, we've heard about the pressure that federal officials will put on county clerks. And frankly, the law in Tennessee has not changed. You you know, and our county clerks are under the jurisdiction of our General Assembly and the laws of Tennessee, and they are not supposed to violate that. So if they issue same-sex marriage licenses, they're basically in violation of Tennessee law. However, they're between a rock and a hard place, I think, because they could be harassed or arrested by federal officials. I think that what we would be doing by passing this resolution is we'd be saying that the General Assembly of the State of Tennessee will stand behind our clerks when they obey Tennessee law. And that's what they need to do. I think that our sheriff in the county needs to protect our clerks if they obey the law of Tennessee. And we need to encourage our clerks to obey the law of Tennessee. That's the right thing to do. There is no jurisdiction in the federal government for regulating domestic relations. So I would ask you to support this resolution. Let Tennessee be Tennessee, and let's stand up against the federal government sticking their fingers where they don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, if you would come forward.
I'm Robert Shields, resident of Carter County. Came back to Carter County and brought my child here in part because of the sort of thing that's happening here. That we, as Americans, can still get together and talk, even if we strongly disagree. And I thank all of you that you have done this well and civilly. We are fighting countries where they don't allow that, where individual rights are not protected, where instead theocracies want to establish rule that cannot be argued with based upon laws like those in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. The Supreme Court does have the right to interpret the Constitution. That's what it's there for. In the 16th Amendment, that right was broadened to allow them to defend civil rights. Consistently, when they have overrode state laws, it has been upheld. Because of their ability to enforce civil liberties, people are now allowed, will be provided with counsel in a court of law. Because of their ability to override those, people are informed of their rights, whether the state constitution wants them to or not. Because of the right to override state law when civil liberties are at stake, they overrode state constitutions, local laws, and all these things to allow black children and white children to go to school together. The question of marriage is a question of civil rights. Whether we as a state, as a county, as a people, have the right to deny people the right to get married to the people they love. And that is what the Supreme Court has decided. There are avenues, we could pass an amendment, but the Supreme Court has the right to say that individual American citizens' rights have been overridden and that they have the right to be married, whether they're straight, cis, like me, or other things. When the Apostle Paul wrote to the congregation in Rome, and this is both in the original Greek and in the translation by the British Committee in 1611, he said that we as Christians are called upon to obey civil authorities. He was not writing to a nice democratic country that could elect a Church of Christ minister like James Garfield. He was writing to a congregation which was being governed by the Emperor Nero, by a ruthless dictator, by a terribly immoral dictator. And yet Paul, knowing that, was willing to say, we must obey those in authority. And we, as Americans, can rise to this call for civil liberties and allow freedom to our friends, our brothers, our sisters, that they can love whom they want, where they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone else that would like to address the commission? Seeing none, we will close public comments at this time. Now, next item on the agenda, accepted of the minutes from previous meetings. You have those in your packet. The chair will entertain a motion pertaining to minutes. Mr. Lewis makes a motion to accept the minutes as submitted. Is that correct? Motion? Is there a second? Second by Dr. Acuff. Any discussion?
One discussion item.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor. Page 159, where it defines the EMS task force. I am a professor in the Department of Surgery at MTSU. I am not licensed to perform surgery.
Okay.
So let's strike that from that particular item in the minutes.
Okay.
If you want to put professor in Department of Surgery, that's fine. But I'm not licensed to practice surgery.
Any other amendments? Yes, sir. Mr. Grindstaff.
On page 148 at the bottom, under notice and bonds, the motion was made by Sandra Keller and seconded by Isaiah Barton. Can we strike that and change it to Grindstaff?
Okay, I'm certain that can be taken care of. 148. Madam Clerk, you've got that. Any other amendments or changes that are needed? Motion made and second. Madam Clerk, you will proceed with the vote. Mr. Simley, sir. Vote and confirm. Thank you. Reveal the vote, please. All ayes, motion passes. And clerk, if you would please read the notaries and bonds.
Christy L. Tye, Robert C. Carroll, Angela C. Clark, Shirley R. McGee, Donna G. Williams, Teresa T. Sarah, Brenda C. Nelms, Teresa Chambers, Travis C. Royston, Richard Barker, Teresa Cohen, Lisa C. Garrett, Charles F. Whaley, Amber B. Conley, Jill D. Lewis, Karen Clark, Richard L. Birchfield, Jason S. Light, and Debbie Kimball.
With that, you've heard the notaries and bonds.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we accept those notaries.
Motion made by Mr. Trivett, second by Mr. Lyons. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you would please proceed with the vote. Mr. Campbell and Mr. Jenkins, if you would please vote as to your support or opposition to notaries and bonds. Reveal the vote, please. All ayes. Motion passes. In November of this year, Investigator Harmon Duncan of the Carter County Sheriff's Department received the prestigious Meth Man of the Year Award from the Tennessee Department, Tennessee Dangerous Drug Task Force, and Tennessee Narcotics Officers Association Convention in Chattanooga. The award recognized his dedication and commitment in methamphetamine investigations, his dismantling of meth laboratories, and disrupting the distribution of pseudoephedrine within the state. Harmon is passionate with his work. He clearly understands the negative impact these drugs have on our children, our families, and the overall economy of our region. Thus, he's taken a very proactive approach and developed great working relationships with the Elizabethton Police Department, surrounding county sheriff's departments, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, as well as Drug Enforcement Administration. He's dedicated to controlling illegal drug production in Carter County. We are so fortunate to have an officer of his caliber. Help me welcome Mr. Harmon Duncan.
Enough speeches.
Enough speeches. Mr. Harmon feels that we've had enough. You know, every day we call upon public safety officials to respond to emergencies, to protect our loved ones, and to safeguard our county against unrelenting challenges and evolving threats. Every day, we rely on these men and women to do the difficult and often dangerous work of protecting all that we hold dear, often without expressing any gratitude and the respect they so richly deserve. Yet, every day, these remarkable individuals answer our call without hesitation. They patrol neighborhoods defined by distress and distrust. They investigate crimes and assist victims. And they keep our communities, our homes, and our most valuable citizens safe from harm. All of our public safety officials are exceptional individuals. Every one of them deserve our deepest gratitude and boundless respect. Yet, among the outstanding field of public servants who perform these critical responsibilities day in and day out, there are some who stand out. Today, we recognize a number of these brave men and women who on December 16, 2015, displayed tremendous courage and extreme valor in the face of personal danger to protect the citizens of Carter County.
Officers, please step forward as your name's called. To be recognized today are Sheriff Dexter Lunsford, Deputy Jenna Markland, Deputy Jason Mosier, Sergeant David Caldwell, Sergeant Larry Vaughn, representing the Carter County Sheriff's Department SWAT team, and Captain Jerry Bradley, representing the Elizabeth Police Department SWAT team. I'll read a brief summary of actions. On the night of 16 December 2015, deputies were called into a residence on Dry Hollow Road on a complaint of an armed subject. Sheriff Lunsford was on his way home from church services and hearing the call was the first to respond. Deputies Jason Mosier and Jenna Markland, along with Sergeant David Caldwell, also responded as backup units. As these officers arrived on scene and began exiting their vehicles, a barrage of gunfire was delivered from inside the residence, impacting around the officers and their vehicles. As the fire slacked, Sheriff Lunsford returned fire. During this firing, approximately 60 shots were fired, causing extensive damage to 3 Sheriff's Office patrol units, injuring a civilian female and wounding Deputy Jenna Markland. Being unable to exit the area of ambush, officers took cover in a small ditch, which allowed them to maintain observation of the residents while providing some protection. Mr. Mike Hyder voluntarily loaded both wounded persons into his vehicle and got them out of the area, meeting the Carter County Rescue Squad units in a safe location. Both the Carter County Sheriff's Office SWAT team and the Elizabeth Police Department SWAT team responded to the scene. An operations plan was then put into play, during which forced entry was made to the residence. It was discovered the subject had fled the rear of the residence in the darkness. During a search of the area, SWAT teams discovered the subject was located in a hilltop cave and was still armed. Making a tactical advance on the cave, deputies were able to surround the suspect and take him into custody with no further violence or injury. Mayor Leon Humphrey and the Carter County Commission honors Sheriff Dexter Lunsford for exemplary service and valor. On December 16, 2015, and in the line of duty, you displayed great courage in the face of danger to protect your team and citizens of Carter County.
Thanks, Sheriff. Appreciate it. Mayor Leon Humphrey and Carter County Commission honors Deputy Jenna Markland for exemplary service and valor. On
December 16, 2015, and in the line of duty, you displayed great courage in the face of danger to protect your team and the citizens of Carter County. Mayor Leon Humphrey and Carter County Commission honors Deputy Jason Mosier for exemplary service in battle. On December 16, 2015, in the line of duty, you displayed great courage in the face of danger to protect your team and the citizens of Carter County. Mayor Leon Humphrey and the Carter County Commission honors Sergeant David Caldwell for exemplary service in battle. On December 16, 2015, in the line of duty, you displayed great courage in the face of danger to protect your team and the citizens of Carter County. Mayor Leon Humphrey and the Carter County Commission honors the Carter County SWAT team for exemplary service in battle. On December 16, 2015, in the line of duty, you displayed great courage in the face of danger to protect your team and the citizens of Carter County. Mayor Leon Humphrey and the Carter County Commission honors Elizabeth and SWAT team for exemplary service in battle. On December 16, 2015, in the line of duty, you displayed great courage in the face of danger to protect your team and the citizens of Carter County.
We have a great professional sheriff's department, not just the sheriff's department, but all law enforcement agencies in this county. But with all the negative things that are being said across the country about law enforcement, this is greatly appreciated, and I'm very proud to serve on side each and every one. Thank you.
We are truly blessed to have the dedicated professionals working for us here in the county, city, throughout. We really appreciate your service, and we owe you a very serious debt of gratitude and appreciation, so thank you. Next item on the agenda is tourism presentations. The first will be the Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Tanya Stevens, if you would, please.
Could we move the break up? Make a motion to take a 10-minute break at this time before we start. Been a long morning.
It has. My only concern is if you take a 10-minute break, I don't know that it'll give her time to do her presentation before lunch. Ms. Tanya, do you have an approximate time frame in mind? And I don't want to interrupt. That's the thing. I don't want to interrupt the presentation or presenter.
We had been allowed 30 minutes, and that's kind of what we had planned for, but we'll leave it to your discretion.
What's the desire of the commission? Do you want to?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dietz to go ahead and take the break now. I have a second by, is that Mr. Ward? Madam Clerk, if you would please proceed with the vote. All those in favor of amending the agenda, taking a 10-minute break, respond accordingly. Reveal the vote, please. We will take a 10-minute break. Everyone, please be back by 11:10, no later, 11:10. If everyone would please take their seats. Let's go ahead and get back in session. We're doing our best to maintain the agenda, so with the time frame. At this time, we'll have a presentation by Ms. Tanya Stevens and her team from the Chamber of Commerce. So Ms. Stevens, if you would please come forward.
Well, thank you for the opportunity again to come and speak with you this morning. Very pleased to show you what we do through the Chamber and Tourism. As you've heard our President Ken Markham speak and a couple of other folks. The Chamber has been doing tourism for as far back as we can find record. And as Ken stated, the Chamber started in 1890 as a Board of Trade, and in 1920 then became a Chamber of Commerce. It was in 1984 that a resolution was passed, whereas the Elizabeth and Carter County Chamber of Commerce has requested the County Commission of Carter County, Tennessee to cause a private act to be enacted whereby Carter County would levy a privilege tax on the occupancy of any room, lodging, or similar accommodations furnished to transient occupants. And whereas upon the enactment of said private act, said proceeds will be delivered and dispersed by the county to the Elizabeth and Carter County Chamber of Commerce for exclusive use for the direct promotion of tourism and tourism-related activities. This was January 16, 1984. Truman Clark was the county executive at that time. So that did pass on that day, and that is how we have been working moving forward. It was also sent to the House, the State House, and was passed in April of that same year when Governor Lamar Alexander was governor. I have these copies of these documents if anybody would like to see those. So that's how we proceeded. And yes, we've had the comment made even today. There is the concern of no contract. And from 1984, I can't answer what happened there. But what I do know is that, we're willing to have a contract, and we talked about that in the November meeting. We know that we have done really good work for tourism and tourism-related activities. In fact, received some numbers from the state. Our 10-year data on expenditures, it grew every year, and that's people that are coming in and paying taxes on what they've eaten, where they played, where they stayed. It increased every year until about 2008, 2009. And you all know what was going on at that time. Very few people were using their disposable income to travel. The term staycation was used a lot because most people were trying to stay home. So there was that slight dip in 2008, 2009, and then it's been on the rise ever since, even if it was just by a small fraction. During that time, we also see that, and this is a chart, I don't have it in my presentation, this is by the U.S. Census Bureau, and it shows how every county kind of stayed flat during those recession time periods. So that really needs to be taken into consideration when we talk about growth and where we were at certain times during our history. For 2014, we received our economic impact numbers from the state, and they were very positive. Again, over 10 years, we have seen progressive growth, except for the small dip during the recession time. But according to the economic impact numbers from the Tennessee Department of Tourism, on an average day, tourists in Carter County generated $95,000 in daily expenditures. That produced $12,630 in daily payroll. It created $5,945 daily in local tax revenues and created $5,589 daily in state tax revenues. I don't have to tell you how important tourism is, but I'll just give you this fact. According to the snapshot that we received, if it were not for state and local taxes generated by tourism, each Carter County household would pay $174.84 more in taxes. I don't have to tell you how important tourism is. I also don't have to tell you how great a place we have to offer tourist-related activities. But what I do want to take time to show you is how we have grown and how we have helped make these numbers possible. Because if we weren't doing anything, you certainly wouldn't see the growth there. If we weren't proactive, you wouldn't see that, those tax dollars that households may have to pay be a little less impact. So what I want to tell you is currently tourism is a program of the Chamber, and we actively work to market and promote Carter County. We promote its natural, historical, and cultural resources, and all of the businesses that are related. We are partners and hold a seat on the board of the Northeast Tennessee Tourism Association. This is an important partnership where we have garnered relationships with 9 other counties in Northeast Tennessee. Yeah, we're a small county, and where you see $90,000, maybe a lot of money, put us up against Sullivan County. Their budgets are huge compared to ours. But being a part of these partnerships has allowed us to leverage ourselves. I'm in those board meetings monthly, so when topics are discussed for our region, I'm able to put Carter County to the forefront and say, what about Carter County? When promotions are made and advertising is made with them, we are equal. It doesn't have to do with how much money Sullivan and Washington County has. We are equal at that time. And that's great leverage for us. We are also members of the Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism Association, and we are currently the designee for the Retire Tennessee program that in July just recently came under the Department of Tourism Development. So what do? Besides the active promotion and marketing that we do, we have a visitor center. And as Mr. Wortman discussed earlier, when he was thinking of moving to this area, that's where he came. And that's where a lot of people come, to find out what we have to do in this county. We even have people that live here that come in and say, where can I go for a great hike, or where can I go to see a pretty waterfall? And that's what we're there for. We have a receptionist that works in the visitor center, and they staff the brochures. We provide directions, maps, even if it's just a place to come in and take a short break, a rest period from your travel, a clean bathroom to use. And while they're there, we encourage them to stay in Carter County. We encourage them to play in Carter County. And we encourage them to eat in Carter County. We are trying to establish a relationship with these folks when they come in so that they will know every time I come back, I can come to you and I can ask you, do you remember that nice place you told me? I forgot where it is. Can you remind me how I can find that? That little restaurant, that little nugget that they went back home and they waited a whole year to get back to. So in our visitor center, we welcome more than 1,500 visitors. Now that number is not inflated by any means. We don't have a tracker clicker on the door, so that does not include people that are coming in for board meetings or the folks that are coming in that we have for meetings and that kind of thing. This is visitors who have signed our visitor law. 1,500 travelers into that center, and it's been trending up over the past 2 years. More than 1,000 of those are from out of the state of Tennessee. About 400 to 500 are in-state. And then we also see about 60 international travelers a year. That's pretty amazing for us. We love to hear the stories of how somebody from as far away as Israel has an interest in Northeast Tennessee. Somebody as far away as Australia has an interest in coming to Northeast Tennessee. You can also see that our highest months are summer months. We start picking up in May. That kind of went on. I'm going to go back. One more slide. We start picking up in May, June, July, August. Those are our highest months that we see. And then we peak again a little bit toward October. And we all know what that's from. We have such beautiful scenery here in the fall. We have a lot of motorcyclists that like to come in and visit, and then just people taking rides through the mountains. So when I talk to you about co-ops, you'll see these pictures rotating on the side. These are some of the advertisements that we have created. I think they look pretty fabulous, don't you? These were all done in-house. These were not done by a creative firm. If we were to pay someone to create these advertisements for us at a discount, we would be paying $40 to $60 an hour. Now that is at a discount with a partnership. The amount of money that we save by having an individual who is talented enough to create our advertisements for us is huge. That is something that cannot be replaced. Someone who is talented enough locally to share that talent with the world. We have been in publications. We're always in the Tennessee Vacation Guide. It's a great place to be, Tennessee. Our Meta Regional Guide, Guest Quest, Southern Travel, Southern Kayak. Adventure Outdoors is a national publication. We were recently advertising. We had a half-page ad in that publication in Blue Ridge Parkway. These are just a few of the places that we highlight ourselves, and we show the beauty. You see the lake, places to fish, great fishing. So one of the other promotional aspects we've had is a video. We had this video produced and we launched it in the spring of 2015. We worked for 1 year. We said to the gentleman who was creating that video, we want to capture all 4 seasons because that's what's so great about Carter County. There's something to do any time of the year you come. So we first introduced the video using social media. And within the first 2 weeks, we had over 45,000 views and 1,700 shares. That's pretty significant. The great thing that we've also been able to do with this video is we've been able, those ads that you saw back previously, we've been able to embed QR codes into those ads. So someone can take a magazine or other publication, scan that, and on their phone, or their smartphone or tablet, they'll go straight to that video. So we've used it in various different ways. It's also on our Facebook. It's on YouTube. There's the YouTube link there. And hopefully, I'm going to play that for you so you can see the work that was put into that. And hopefully, we'll get it. Let's see. You may have to go back to that link.
Carter County is located in the beautiful mountains of northeast Tennessee, a haven for outdoor enthusiasts throughout the year.
Just a few technical difficulties. Give us just a minute and we'll get you squared away. You need to see it.
Carter County is located in the beautiful mountains of northeast Tennessee, a haven for outdoor enthusiasts throughout the year. With 4 distinct seasons, visitors may select the time of year that best fits their interests. Whether it's hiking in the spring, fishing or golfing in the summer, viewing leaves and mountain biking in autumn, or cross-country skiing in the winter, there are a myriad of exciting and challenging outdoor activities available. Scenic Watauga Lake, created in 1948 by the Tennessee Valley Authority, It's the cleanest impoundment in the TVA chain. Being surrounded by undeveloped wilderness, this lake is a true gem. Enjoy the boat, kayak and swim, and certainly one of the most picturesque in the contiguous United States. Roan Mountain, with an elevation of 6,285 feet above sea level, is home to the world's largest wild and tall rhododendron gardens. The gardens are a sea of pink in June when rhododendron blooms. A morning hike through the clouds and over the grassy bottoms of the Roan on the Appalachian Trail is nature and beauty at its finest. Interested in history? Come and learn the history of Carter County, the location of the first Democratic governor on this continent. Elizabethton and Carter County were originally known as the Watauga Settlement, which was settled in 1770. Located on the Watauga River and centered on the Sycamore Shoals River crossing, this was the first of 4 permanent settlements located in the mountains. Take a stroll through downtown Elizabethton with its many interesting antique shops, spectacular restaurants, a summer cruise in which runs every Saturday evening from April through October, or catch the Covered Bridge Festival in June with music, vendors, and fun. How about renting a bike and cruising down the Queetsy Trail, an easy grade hiking and biking path, and former railroad which traverses the beautiful East Tennessee countryside. Carter County has something for everyone, whether it's shopping downtown, taking part in one of our many annual festivals and events, or enjoying the great outdoors. Carter County has it all. Get lost in the striking landscapes that are Carter County. Go back in time and experience the history that shaped this nation. Visit, stay, and enjoy Carter County, Tennessee's mountain playground.
This video is also condensed to a 30-second that can be utilized for TV. And we have been approached to incorporate into some sports channels. However, with our funding being withheld, we don't make commitments that we can't keep. So we haven't been able to use that 30-second video, but we certainly hope to in the future. The cost to make that video was only $1,000. And it's only because of partnerships and relationships that we forged over time. That is not something that could be done just by anyone taking a year of their time and creating that video for us. And the voice that you heard was Chad Bogart from Central State Park. So we were very proud of that video and the ability to have it, because we have been wanting something for some time that we could take. We take this video with us when we go to different conventions and festivals, because we do travel to show other people where they can come fish, where they can come boat, where they can come hike and play. Interestingly, we were at a fly fishing convention, and there was a couple from Philadelphia. They walked up and we had all of our stuff out. We said Carter County, Tennessee, and we had our little map out and everything. And the wife walks by and she said, "That's our Carter County." And I looked at her really funny and she said, "That's our Carter County. You've got to take me back there. Why haven't we been back?" And so we sat and we had a long conversation. A couple from Philadelphia had vacationed here on the lake, really love it. And we kind of primed them again to come back and see us and that disposable income that they have to spend here in Carter County. So what is the importance of all this advertising and promotion that I've talked to you about? In most all of the publications that we advertise in, and if you've read a magazine or if you've looked online and you've seen things, that a lot of times there's a little card stuck in that says, "Would you like to know more about?" or "Where would you like to go?" And so for people who pick Northeast Tennessee or may specifically pick Carter County, we get a lead. We get their name, address, and we're able to contact them and try to, in a sense, recruit them to come visit with us. These leads are various. As you can see, most of what we get just through the chamber alone, and that could be our website, phone calls in, emails in, what have you, it's about 29%. The Tennessee Vacation Guide, where we advertise with them, We get about 27% of leads from that. Guest Quest, which was a recent publication we became a part of, gave us 28% leads. This can also be people that are like, I want to go to the mountains, I want to be near a lake, I want to be where I can hike, I want to go see history at its finest. So they can pick and choose, and we have given all the description of our county so that they will pick and choose us. So from January 2015 to date, we have received more than 5,500 requests for information to visit Carter County. And that's just to us, just to our office or through our website. A good number of these are also looking for a place to retire in the next 3 to 5 years, which is very important. The impact that we have upon their initial visit is crucial. These folks want to be in a very nice community, quaint little town that offers them the best of everything that they're looking for to retire. The more our attractions and our name are highlighted, the greater the opportunity for people to visit with us. That's why that advertising information is so beneficial. Our web presence with our Northeast Tennessee Tourism Association, the last numbers we received for them was from May to July of 2015, 11,000 clicks and 1 million impressions, which is better than the industry average. So just being a part of that co-op group in just that short time gave us that much exposure on the web. So how does this translate? Well, again, according to the 2014 Economic Impact of Travel on Tennessee Counties, Carter County had a 4.9% increase in visitor expenditures from 2013 to 2014. That means more people who visited spent more of their money in 2014 than they did in 2013. That resulted in a 5% increase in local tax receipts. So local tax receipts totaled $2.17 million in 2014 from tourism. This is money that is coming back into our county. Visitors spent more money when they visited, which helps contribute to the growth of our economy. And again, I don't have to tell you that, right? That's simple. We should want them to come and spend their money. But what we have been doing over the past several years has helped to grow this. And what we want is the opportunity to continue to help it grow. To continue to be that place where people come and visit with us, to be that place that's able to promote our county, to be that place that's able to tell the story of why we are such a great place to visit and play and stay. What we don't know is why our funding was withheld to begin with. We've never had an explanation as to why our funding was withheld. We have not been asked questions. There have been a couple that we've had conversations with that we were able to answer questions for. But no one's really given us an explanation. So as I talk to you, I'm really not defending, because I don't even know what we would have to defend at this point. I'm merely showing you what we've been able to accomplish with that little shoestring budget. Again, while you might think $90,000 is a lot, in the world of tourism and against some of these other counties, it's not. We use half or more of our budget for advertising and promotion. So we are very active in trying to promote our county. So what's the effect of reserving these funds? Well, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, some of our operations are limited. Some of those folks who want us to take advantage of opportunities with them, we're having to say, well, call me back and I'll let you know. Not necessarily saying no, because we don't want to close any doors that we might miss. With limited funds, keeping our visitor center open is very difficult. We do not get our funding restored, the visitor center will not continue to operate. That means we cut our staff, so that's a job loss. That means that place where people come to get a little bit of respite from their travel or to get directions when they get lost. It's not going to be there. Involvement in our regional and state initiatives are on hold. While we're still very active, we're still at the table. Just had a meeting last week with our board of NEDA. We are very reluctant to start new initiatives with them. Again, we don't make promises we can't keep. The economic impact, as you've seen, as I showed you, we have increased steadily for the last 10 years. This, with us having to withhold some of our operations and to put some of the marketing on hold, it will start to show. May not be this year, but certainly it will trickle down. And also some of the events that we support. We are very active in supporting Liberty, the Car Club, our NEDA Regional Legislative Breakfast, Covered Bridge. There are various cycling and running events like the Rome Run, the Over Mountain Victory Run, that we help support to take place, which brings a lot of folks in at different times. So certainly, we cut back on those kinds of support when we don't know what our future holds. So I stand on behalf of our chamber board and just, again, we're not certain the whys. We have a lot of questions as to why this was even done to begin with. And if there are questions, we would be happy to answer those. If there were issues in our performance, it would have been nice to have that given to us so that we could discuss it and we could fix those issues.
Looking over your list of events sponsored, Carter County Car Club apparently is, how much money do you contribute to that? How much money do you contribute to Liberty? How much money do you to the legislative breakfast? Aren't all of those self-supporting?
Well, not necessarily. Most all of those, Liberty, they rely on a lot of support from outside the community. They sell advertising for their program, and we purchase advertising in our program to help support that. With the Car Club, yes, we help them with when they provide bags, when they do their annual, the large U.S. car show where they bring in all kinds of folks. We provide items for their bags, their goodie bags. Just, it could be a sticker. It could be literature that we have, maps, those kinds of things that we help with that. Whereas if we're giving them maps, that decreases the supply that we give to tourists, so obviously we wouldn't do that. So that would decrease in how we would help them with what goes into their packets.
Ma'am, the 90,000 we give you all for tourism, how much of that is salaries?
The $90,000 that comes from the lodging tax from the state that funnels through the county, we pay, and when you say salary, we're going to include health insurance and we're going to include payroll taxes. And that would be for a full-time and for a part-time individual as we have a receptionist in the visitor center. And that's less than half of our budget.
Okay. Now, do you have a full-time and a part-time tourism director over there?
No, we do not. And we do not because you can't hire somebody that you cannot pay. So at this moment, we were in the process of interviewing. We had it finalized down to about 4 candidates before the decision was made by the commission to withhold our funding. And obviously, people are not going to leave a job and come to a position that may be uncertain for them. That's just not fair to ask of someone.
Would you say that out of the 90,000, that 75% of it goes to salaries?
No.
How much?
It's less than half.
And how long has it been since we've had a tourism director over there?
Carl Brickey left in March, and at that time, as I mentioned in the November meeting, we looked at the job description, revised it, looked at the salary, those kinds of things, because we wanted to make sure the next person we hired in was somebody that's gonna stay. Retention is big. I mean, you've got to be able to retain someone who can continue these relationships with these partners that we have. And so we took time to very strategically think about who the next best person for that role was. And again, it's not, it takes time to go through the applications and interview process. And when we did get through some of the interviews and we were down to those final few, that's when the withholding of the funds came up.
I think, Mr. Hill, I'm going to help, if you will, because I can see the anxiety in Mr. Meehan's eyes. But Mr. Hill, if you would go next, please.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. One, is it fairly common that the Tourism Bureau is generally housed within a Chamber of Commerce situation pretty much everywhere you go?
Absolutely.
I visited two, and that's the case. I just wanted to know if that was pretty standard protocol.
It is, and you can ask anybody at the state. Most every tourism program, there may be one exception, out of our 95 counties that is handled through the chamber.
Right, okay. Next question. You mentioned 3 or 4 organizations that you guys are members of. Okay, so do you attend all those meetings? Are you present when they have business meetings at these, the Retire Tennessee and the places that you mentioned?
Yes,
Okay.
we are very actively involved, which, as Ken mentioned, right now, without having that tourism coordinator, that is me. I'm the only full-time person
Right.
there, so I'm doing both, and I am attending all of those meetings and keeping us active.
Okay, so if you didn't make it to all those meetings, would you be able to be as effective? Is attending those meetings critical to the networking and the furthering of the agenda of the Chamber of Commerce?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if there's an occasion where I have a conflict that I absolutely cannot make, I'm always following back up with those directors, because the one time you're left behind is one too many, and that's not something that we're willing to take.
That's good stuff there. Okay, so you briefly talked about this, the job numbers and the state of the economy and how it was very flat. Can you restate how many counties were involved in this study? Can you talk about that just a sec?
Mm-hmm.
And then what you found there, because I'm looking at this too, and what I see in the number of establishments in the private sector, estimated employment by establishment size, and this is from apparently the U.S. Census Bureau, from 2006 to 2013. They're pretty much flat lines, but the very telling thing about these graphs is that everyone else's lines are very flat too. They just operate at different levels. The really good news is we don't suck as bad as Johnson County. We've done better than them. Okay? But what I'm seeing here is pretty flat. If not, so can you help me out there? Is that fairly accurate?
That is accurate. Out of the 6 counties that were outlined, Carter, Green, Johnson, Sullivan, Unicoi, and Washington, like you said, although we were at different levels, we were all flat. There were no increases. And like you also said, we were slightly above Unicoi and Johnson County.
So one final little bit, and then I'll leave you alone, okay? Would you say that those flat lines from 2006 to 2013 indicate a lack of performance of any Chamber of Commerce or Tourism Bureau, or is there something larger at stake here?
Everywhere you go, they will talk about what a difficult time it was coming through the recession. Every county suffered at some point. Some suffered more than others. The great news is, though, is that we are starting to see that upturn. And to be able to see a 5% growth in 1 year, not to pat myself on the back, but just the work that our team has done and the support that we've had from our leadership, that is huge in the world that we are in tourism. And the fact that we have flatlined for so many years.
You finished, Mr. Hill?
Well, so, just to finish up, then, it's not an indictment of the performance of the Chamber of Commerce, or the Economic Development Board, or the Tourism Board, back when we actually had somebody in that role, that we're still experiencing these flat lines. Is that a pretty accurate statement?
Yes, it's how it is. We're all, when I am meeting with other counties across the state, I hear their woes too. We all have them. Obviously, we are digging down hard, and we are working very hard to put ourselves out there. Like I said, just the relationships that we're trying to build, and being at the forefront, using the best technology possible that our budget can handle. I had other counties that their budgets are a lot bigger than mine, and they're saying, way to go on that video, that was pretty good. We want one, who do we call? And so those are very important connectors. It's not the performance of what we've done, I don't think necessarily. Everyone can do better. If I were to stand up here and say, we're the best and we can't get any better, I would be lying to you, because everyone can do better, and we're always willing to do better. We're always willing to take suggestions and comments, and work and do the best we can. Because our goal, my children live here, so I want this to be the best place possible for them. I mean, why would I do anything less?
Is that all, Mr. Hill?
That's all I've got.
Mr. Meehan, sir?
Tommy, you referenced an act of 1984. Was there more than one, or could you summarize that one again? Or
Sure.
what it said?
In January of 1984, the county commission adopted the resolution for the hotel motel tax to be given to the chamber for the promotion of tourism, and that went to the state and was accepted in January by the state.
Could you just clarify that was a resolution calling for a private act for the county to be able to access those funds? Just for clarification, at that time, hotel motel tax all across the state of Tennessee, City of Elizabeth had that opportunity, Carter County had the opportunity. Carter County is the one that initiated the request of private act.
For a point of information, I would like to see a copy of that distributed to all. And I do have the private act that came out of that motion there, the private act of 84, chapter 186. And the private act does say that it is the, well, you do have copies of it? That the county legislative body is the one who contracts with a suitable not-for-profit civic organization. And already in the motion, it was referred that that organization would be the Chamber of Commerce to carry on tourism. In light of that, there have been 31 years of precedent of operation by the Commerce Commission in tourism, collecting those funds. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. At our last meeting, we attempted, as a commission, which is our purview, in contracting with the Chamber of Commerce, a motion, but it was, as questions came up on the floor, the county attorney was asked, would it be illegal to put the money back in that we took out after 31 years of precedent of operation? And the county attorney did say that the private act did require a contract. I don't know where that fell in there, but we've been operating as if there is one. There's a gentleman's agreement or the county's agreement with the Chamber of Commerce
And I don't see as a result of those 31 years of precedent any negative that stand out. The county attorney did say that, however, it has been operating many, many years without a contract. And he said that a contract was really needed to be in compliance with the private act. So we attempted to do that, and I think we were within a gnat's eyebrow of having that passed by the commission, which has the prerogative to do this. And the county attorney stressed that if a contract was drawn up, as he was instructed by us, he could not ensure that it would not affect the current litigation with Carter County tomorrow. Now, I'm not sure what all the ins and outs of that are, but to me, it's something that's been operational long before Carter County tomorrow ever existed. I don't see that there's a problem with us going ahead with what we were trying to do, and I would like to see this commission come up. And if it's a handshake till we get something on paper, I want to see it done.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Mr. Lyons, I think, was next.
I think it's ironic to start with that Mr. Meehan had this act, and we didn't have it in our package.
He did not just pass it.
And then I also want to commend Mr. Hill for the reportable platform that you used to support everything she had to say. So, that being said, the main thing to consider is what our attorney has asked us to do from the get-go. And you're going to see a presentation in a few minutes on Carter County tomorrow. And if this organization is under the umbrella of Carter County tomorrow, then I don't see how, Mr. Meehan, we could go ahead and approve $90,000 at this point, even though that's what you want to do. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, I think you had a question.
Yes, I was just curious, who ran the video for Carter County?
His name was, no. A gentleman from Jonesboro, and, oh, gave more than blank on his name. My apologies to him at this time. He was a gentleman from Jonesboro who actively comes over to Carter County, and he had an interest in helping us.
Was he a student?
No, he's a very accomplished videographer who has done a lot of videos for other industries and other counties too. Ron Zucker. It just came to Ron Zucker was his name.
I have more than my fair share of those moments too. Any other questions for this city? It's a draw here, I guess. These guys went at the same time.
Just a question to you, Josh and Krista. If we didn't have a contract in place, would that not show up as an audit finding?
Audits kind of samples of things, so it's just kind of hit and miss if they'll find those types of things. Obviously, once they know there's an issue, then they bring it to the forefront and we address it. But there's plenty of opportunities for them to miss a single transaction where they didn't recognize it.
31 years of a single transaction?
Apparently so, yes.
Mr. Hart? Any comment from you?
About the whole thing or just about your question?
About that particular question?
Okay, well, I have no idea about the audit practices, so I couldn't say that. And I obviously can't speak to what happened in 1984. I guess my view of it is the county has passed a private act. The private act calls for a contract. I realize we've done it for apparently 31 years without it. But in my mind, doing something wrong for 31 years doesn't justify continuing it. I've got no opinion as to who we continue it with. That's your all's decision. All I'm asking for is that whoever that is, we go forward with the contract so we comply with our own private act. Because, you know, this isn't a state law. This is an act that we asked to be passed in Carter County. It applies only to us. So it would, in my opinion, behoove us to go by the terms of our own private act.
And if I could touch on Josh's, I think one reason maybe audit didn't find this is it is a private act, so it's more specific to Carter County. Audit is comptroller's office, they audit many different entities, so they're gonna look more at the broad spectrum of what applies to everyone just on a year-to-year basis. So that just to answer your question, that would be my opinion of how they missed it. Was it something that's specific to Carter County? So it wasn't something they're used to looking at for every county they audit.
Tanya, back to you. Showed some data, or held up some data from the U.S. Census Bureau for the Northeast Tennessee counties, and it shows employment being flat. Does that not tell you how stiff the competition is?
It's very stiff. It's very stiff, and that's why, to Mr. Hill's question about being actively involved and being at the table when those discussions are made and making sure our voice is heard, that we have to keep pushing ourselves. We have to, so that we can stay competitive and just be involved in the conversations that go on. And we've been very fortunate. We have great relationships in the state with the Department of Tourism and with our regional folks as well. And it would just be a shame to have that just kind of taken away, or, you know, whatever might happen. I'm not sure what the other presentation entails, but I think just the relationships that we forged to help move us forward and to show that, hey, we're just as strong as you are. We might have to do things a little bit differently, but we're just as strong and just as competitive.
So you would agree that partnerships are very important in our county first, and then regionally, because I'm sure you work with a number of regional folks.
We do. I mean, being able to work together just with all the different attractions here. We work fabulously well with Round Mountain State Park, Sycamore Shoals State Park, the marinas, hiking clubs, fishing clubs. I mean, we have to have relationships with those smaller little groups within our county to build our package first. I mean, we have to be working with those folks and building those relationships to put us to where we can then go to our regional level and say, here's what we have and here's where we are, and help push us forward.
I think you're to be commended with the few dollars that we get for tourism. When you think about Washington or Sullivan counties, which probably their budgets are at least 3 or 4 times above yours in tourism.
Easily.
And you have to also think that tourism in Tennessee is a big industry, and you protect all of that. I agree with you. Kudos also on the video. I don't know how many times I have shared, how many times folks around the country that I'm friends with on Facebook comment on the video. Thank you for doing it, and particularly at cost savings to the county. Thank you.
Is that all, Commissioner Acuff?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner McQueen, he was next. Commissioner McQueen, and then Mr. Trivett.
Thank you for coming, putting on this presentation. First of all, I appreciate it. My question is going to be a little bit, just as I wouldn't expect anyone to hold against me what the commissions of the past have done. I won't hold the things that I've experienced in the past under different directors and different things. My concern is how much has it changed and how much will it help us to promote tourism and economic growth in the future. But let me provide some examples of how I've been involved in this for basically the last 8 to 10 years. I was in the corporation locally. It's Pinnacle Hospitality, otherwise known as AmeriCorp. I was the director of sales for that entity as it existed here, Kingsport and Mountain City. At the point in time that I was there, we actually, not we, the owner there, had removed his membership from the chamber because of lack of communication, and he didn't feel that he was getting any results. And that was, again, with an old director. So one of the things I would be concerned with is how are you establishing a connection with your current businesses in the area? My second was a personal one, because I own a business, Southern Quality Vending Services, and I had tried to be involved with our local Covered Bridge celebration, Taste of Carter County, and I was told that there was a window of application. So I waited for that window. I called approximately a week into it, and I was told that all those slots were already filled, that they had a certain amount, they only wanted a certain number of vendors in. At that point in time, I asked where, obviously it was filled, I asked where was taking the spot, and it was a company out of Georgia that it came in to take that vendor spot. So those are just some issues that I've had, and I would love to hear about how you got a new administration doing things much better, obviously, is working past those.
Sure. I came into this position 3 years ago, and I will not say it instead of challenges in certain things like you might have mentioned. Reputation is huge to me. And anything that I do, I want to be trusted and respected, because I give it all to who I work for and what I do. And so we worked tirelessly to mend any fences that might have been broken, to help any relationships that might have kind of fallen. And I think now we're at a much better place than we were even 3 or 4 years ago before I entered into this position. We've worked really hard just to show that we are reputable. The board that I have, I've got several board members, past and present here today, they've also worked very tirelessly to help with that and to mend those fences and that kind of thing. With our different events, we do have committees that work on those events, and we have different individuals that will take pieces of that event. The Covered Bridge is a huge event. There's no way that one part-time person and 2 part-time people can do it all on our own. It's just not going to happen. So we have a great committee that works together, and we have some folks that take different pieces and parts. And we do have someone that takes our food court, that takes our kids' entertainment, that takes different things. And while they are working, we're communicating back and forth. Could there have been some miscommunication? I won't say that there couldn't have been. There's always opportunities to work. I will tell you, any time that we have food vendors with related events, that does go very quickly. Within a couple of days, all of our slots can be filled. With the Covered Bridge, we've only had about 15 spots, and it's a first come, first serve. It's not that we're necessarily looking to exclude anyone locally. It's just, it's so competitive to get in that we've done first come, first serve. And if they, like, bam right back in, that may have been what happened. I'm not certain. I can't answer specifically. I don't know the timing of it. I don't know which celebration, so I can't answer specifically, but those are some of our processes with our events.
Right, and to be clear on that, these are all things that have taken place at least 5 years ago, so this is all before.
Previous.
So, right, so my concerns are mainly moving forward, what they were. Have you seen an increase in chamber membership?
We have, actually. We have, and I have a big smile on my face because that was one of the things I was tasked with when I was hired, was to increase our membership and to retain our membership. It's one thing to increase. If you can't keep what you're increasing, there's no point in increasing. So retention and retaining at the same time has been key.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Trivett.
Ms. Steve, how much, in the budget have you got left of the 90,000?
We have one of those with me currently. We are at less than 50,000 currently.
I have one more question. You fill out this 501c3 every year?
No,
Why?
we are 501c4.
Uh,
We are 501c4.
okay.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Proactive. We've heard a lot of words today. Proactive is one of them. A lot of people ran on that, start campaigning. Positive, looking forward, moving forward. I feel like the Chamber of Commerce has done that. We've put our faith in them for the last 31 years. And they've done a good job. This lady here's worn many hats. She's been the true director. She's over the chamber. She greets people. She welcomes people to our county on a shoestring budget. People, what else can you ask from her? She's done a great job. Pulling the funds was devastating to her and her committee. It's wrong. You should never have done that. I spoke against it. Jobs. We all talk about jobs. If this money's continuing to move forward, there'll be job loss in Carter County. First of all, a director, part-time people. We talk about jobs all the time, creating jobs. Now we want to eliminate them. We just recently got a new stage here in the city. And, we've used that stage to promote Carter County and the city of Elizabeth.
Commissioner Ward, do you have a question specific?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I was getting to that, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Why do we need to create a new wheel? We've got one that works. Do you agree with me that jobs will be lost? That partnerships will be dissolved because of trying to create something that we already got? Do you agree with that?
There will be jobs lost from our program specifically, if funding is not restored. Simply because, you know, when it's gone, and most people don't work for free, those are volunteers. And so that will happen, for sure. Partnerships, again, the relationships that we've had and how we've built, Cody, as you mentioned, taking past mistakes and just really reformulating how we work with other people has been key. And I think it would be detrimental to go back and have to reestablish with a whole different group of people that's basically trying to do the same thing. Because, you know, once you get involved, once you get entrenched, and you know how people are thinking, and you know how they're working, and you know how to work with them, it makes the job a whole lot easier for them and for you. So,
How do you think this money being pulled is going to affect our 50th anniversary of the Recovery Bridge this year?
you know, it's already affected somewhat the planning process simply because we've been completely distracted from where we should be with that particular festival. We've had to put a lot more resources into to tourism simply because, you know, we've not stopped just because the money stopped coming. We have continued to work. It's not like operations have, you know, completely stopped. But the fact that it's, again, one full-time person and two part-time people, that takes us away from other things. So it's had that little bit of impact on planning. Again, we have a wonderful committee. There are also financial impacts. I mean, you know, we have to be aware of those. That festival does not come off free. It's free to the public, but it's a very expensive festival to have. And without partnerships, again, with local businesses, you know, and some businesses see dissension within the county, and, you know, it kind of works them off a little bit. And so what we have to do is go in and say, you know, this is, no matter what else happens, we're doing this, and we're going to be successful with it.
Thank you for the job you do.
Okay, Commissioner Campbell, I think you had your hand up earlier.
Yes, sir. This question probably for Josh, you probably answer better. Under this resolution, motel tax and all this, on the 84 Act, was the Chamber of Commerce under this at that time? Doesn't a resolution stand as the same thing as a contract?
Well, in my opinion, no, a resolution is not a contract. I mean, a resolution is an expression of one party to do something. A contract involves two parties agreeing on something. But I guess I guess what you're asking me is, the resolution that was adopted here was in January of 1984. It said certain things. It mentioned the Chamber of Commerce by name. That resolution was sent to Nashville and asked them to adopt a private act. Of course, they have no, you know, they owe us nothing. They have no obligation to approve what we ask. And what they approved did not mention the Chamber of Commerce by name. Just said we would contract with appropriate civic, suitable non-for-profit or civic organization for the promotion and development of tourism. So what we sent them, our resolution, came back in a different form. And once that came back, we approved that. So in my mind, you know, our private act that was approved subsequent to the resolution trumps the resolution and tells us to contract with a suitable entity, and we just haven't done it.
Any more questions, Mr. Campbell? Mr. Lyons, I think he had his hand up. Did you want to?
Well, I was just going to ask if I could, ma'am. During the times you had to stop the process of hiring a director, could you tell me are you allowed to tell me, what was the proposed salary for that individual coming in?
Yes, it's $25,000
$25,000?
annually.
Is that a full-time position?
That is a full-time position.
Is Is that more than you make?
That is not more than I make.
Thank you.
I think Ms. Culler had her hands up, and then Commissioner Trivett.
I have a question. I'd just like to tell you that the definition of the contract is written or spoken agreement.
Mr. Trivett?
I'd like to make a motion, we go have lunch at this time.
Have a motion for lunch. We were just going to go ahead and recess. We'll be back here at 1:10. 1:15 is the latest. Thank you. In recess. If you would please take your seats. We're back in session. The next item on the agenda is the Carter County Tourism Promotion Partnership. We have encountered some technical difficulties, and Ms. Robinson will do the best she can going through with this presentation. Apparently we had some files that were corrupted, so please bear with us as we go into this presentation. So if you would give her your undivided attention, and then we'll have question answer session once she completes this and we did with Stevens and Parker. Okay?
Mayor, how figure, her students finished, but we kind of left abruptly there. I wasn't sure she finished.
I assumed that we'd finished, but if there's any additional questions you want to ask, we can let her do that now. I don't want to cut her short at any point in time.
Thank you.
I have a question, sir.
Oh, okay, yes, sir. Ms. Stevens, you would come back before we start?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, Tom. Commissioner Trivett brought up the issue of the $90,000 and where you are spending that. We have not let a contract to the Chamber for tourism in the form of $90,000. So what money are we spending and where is that coming from?
Yeah. What money we are spending, excuse me, is the reserves that we've had from the previous year. We are not spending, obviously, any money from the 2015-2016 budget year, which started in July.
So that needs to be clarified. I'm glad you've done that. And I would expect, assuming if we don't let a contract, you all would probably submit for payment
Yes.
from the county those funds that have been expended on behalf of the county.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Stevens before we go on with the next presentation? Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Holden?
I understand you came under the Carter County Tomorrow umbrella in 2007 when they were set up. Has there been any discussion as far as from the Chamber's point of view to come out from under that umbrella, or is that something that is definitely not on the table?
When Carter County Tomorrow went through strategic planning, there were various concepts that were put out on the table. And at that time, it was determined that we would stay as we are as the partnership. So I wouldn't say that it's not ever been discussed, but I'd say that it's not currently being discussed.
Any other questions, anyone? Yes, Mr. McQueen?
Pardon me, I'm rather uneducated on the issue. When Mr. Holden says you're under the umbrella of Carter County, what does that mean? Is it a financial thing? Is it a paperwork thing? What are we doing?
No, Carter County Tomorrow, when it was established, brought under its own umbrella economic development, the chamber, which included tourism as a program of the chamber, and the workforce development complex. Monies are not shared. We all have different accounts. We all have different budgets. The chamber has a board that meets and I report to, and then that president has a seat on Carter County Tomorrow's board and reports up to that. We are together, yes, as a partnership, and there are various areas where we work together to help make us better as a community. That was the intent of Carter County Tomorrow, to have everybody on the same page. But in a sense, we also do operate separately, as we all have different budgets.
Mr. Trivett.
I come in a little late, and my colleague here, Mr. Acuff, questioned the 90,000. I'd like to know what your operating expenses is per month over there.
And I would have to go back to get that information, because I did not bring that with me, and I would not want to be incorrect on what we're spending out right now.
You don't have an estimate of what it is?
Yes. Of course, it has dropped from what we had budgeted, since we have been working on the reserves.
What I have is the July through November, if you'd like to go through that. And you know, to kind of expand upon the umbrella concept, it's basically, some of it was what you were talking about, of course, but it's also an economy of scale kind of thing. You don't have to have a bookkeeper for all 4 groups. You have to have a bookkeeper that keeps all 4 budgets and the accounts, so that you have this division of duty. You don't have the same person accepting money, writing checks, depositing money. It was broken up, and it was part of that. It helped out a little bit. Doesn't mean that the chamber cannot be broken down, again, to have a staff where you have certain people over, authorizing the checks, certain people depositing those monies, and certain people, having the right to keep those accounts balanced. What I have here, this is this year's. Now, this is actually projected from last year, and it is the proposed budget, which the net income right now, let's see, for July, it was a negative $16,699 through November. Okay, so that's showing what we expected to get. That's what we don't have. What we had projected for the expenses and advertising was $6,300. Expenses of the Art Crafts Depot, that's the building, part of the building where we have the store front there. It was $1,800. Brochures, $2,600. All that was spent. Office supplies around $230. The payroll expenses, $8,746. That was not realized because we don't pay all that out without the director. Rent expenses are actually $2,800. The retired Tennessee cost in that is $37.93, and again, that's for the entire 6-month period. We have some sponsorships, $616. Our subscription dues were $571, and then telephone, travel, and meetings come up to about $700. So to give you an idea of the breakdown, again, they're not really large numbers. You consider that 6 months worth of operation on that side of tourism. And again, when we found out about the potential of not having the monies, and this started back in June, is when we did go forward with hiring a director. We started scaling back what we spent, just trying to be good managers of what we have. That's why we have the money we have left over. It's not because we have a large surplus by any measure. It's just most of our monies come in the summer. We actually got June's payment in July, so we had some revenue there. It's not in for this year because it's accrual. You have the month before it comes in because they have to collect the taxes and distribute them from the state and so forth. But if that answers your question, that's where we're at on the budget.
Any other questions? Mr. Ward.
Tanya, I don't know if you can answer this or not. I'll ask you if you think it was fair when we dissolved the recreation board. We didn't freeze their money or defund them. We worked with them to create a new board. Do you think that's fair to your organization that we didn't choose to do that with you?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it wasn't fair. I understand the work that they would like to do. What I will say isn't fair is that our funds are withheld without any kind of explanation. When you're working very hard and you're doing the best you can to do, and then all of a sudden the rug's kind of pulled out from under you to say without any explanation, without any questions being asked, that would be where I would use the term unfair.
So a first statement would be, we didn't come to you and talk to you about anything.
No.
Any other questions before we wrap up this session? Anyone? Ms. Fontana?
I'm looking at your numbers and I'm confused. Okay. From July through, when we cut funding, was 5 months ago. You say that we started out with $90,000, and then you say that you wound up, that you still have $50,000. That's $8,000 a month in expenditure.
We did not start out with 90,000 in July.
Well, 90,000 is what we've always been told we started with in last August.
90,000 is a projected number that we would receive throughout for the year in the hotel motel tax. We did not have $90,000 in July.
Looking at the numbers we just received, you're talking about 5 months at $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month, $8,000. What does it take to operate per month? Does it take 8? Does it take 10? Does it take 20 per month?
Well, that depends, obviously. There was the decrease to 4,000 because we've scaled back our expenditures. That number would certainly be larger if we were paying the salary of a director, which we have not done. And that would also include all the things that come with a salary person, health insurance, taxes, those kinds of things. So to say that we started with 90,000 and then compare what we spent the last year to what we spent this year, it's not a really good comparison because we're in a totally different place than where we are, and it's actually even hard to budget for what we're doing because what we had planned to do with the money we had projected to come to us is all different now.
The hotel motel tax money comes in monthly, so we do a projection of what we, from years past, what we expect for the coming years. As the months roll on is how we receive the money. There's not a purse of $90,000 when the year starts. There's nothing like that. What happens is every month, the state collects those taxes. They go through them. Is our share as a county for tourism. It comes back. You're the conduit for those monies, and it comes here to be distributed for the tourism. It could be $80,000 a year. It could be $110,000. It could be $60,000. We've noticed it's mostly $90,000. We use that for a working number. It does ratchet due to the fact that it is a tax, much like sales tax. You know, you project and you think you've got this much money for the county coming from your revenues and sales tax, but until they realize it's not there. We work the same way. That's how our budget, that's how our money comes. We have to budget what we think, what we projected, and then we'll have to ratchet as it comes in. Can we do this? We got a little more money now. We can sponsor some more stuff. We can do some more advertising, and that's done month by month.
You're getting an average based on the motel hospitality tax. You're getting an average of somewhere between $110,000 and $116,000 a year. Is that correct?
I would have to have bookkeepers and stuff come up with that with you. We went up through 5 years. We go back to the.
Is that correct?
Last year, hotel motel tax was $116,000. Now, I haven't looked at the last 5 years. I wouldn't be comfortable to say that's an average. That's what we got for 14-15 was $116. Everything we get goes directly, or did go directly to them. So that's what they got for 14-15. Now, if that's a good average or not, I'd have to look before I could tell you or not.
And if you'll notice where we've had increases in our tax dollars from tourism, that would reflect on the monies and hotel tax, which would have increased last year because we've seen that uptick. When you go back over that 5-year term, that's how we come up with our budgetary concept and projection. You know, if you have a year where you've got 80,000, one you might have 120, well, you can't expect to get 120,000. You got to take an average. You look at trends, do certain things. We set our budget for the year, and that's every year that's what we do.
And 2%, if I'm not mistaken, is kept by the clerk's office as being that conduit.
That's kept as your trustees commission.
In other words, right now you're operating under a fund balance, which we all know we have to have a fund balance, and we can't project every year exactly what's going to come in. So that's why we have a fund balance, and that's what they've been operating on.
Mr. Ward.
If the hotel taxes increase, like you're saying, to 116 or even though sophomore at school, and that's a good thing to say. Tourism department must be doing a good job.
And again, that was proven in those economic impact numbers of the 5% growth.
Anyone else before we move on? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I would like a motion at this
Sir?
time. I spoke with the county attorney for us to draw this contract up and return this money back to these people that we were wrongfully withholding and quit from them as a commission. We're not doing the citizens of this county any favors, and the people put us in office, and I like to put that in the motion to return this money back to them and have the attorney write the contract.
Folks, we've already approved the agenda this morning. The motions are item 13 after we've heard both presentations. It would not be fair to go ahead and make a motion until you've heard the second presentation. Now, we've given the chamber an opportunity to come in and do their presentation. We've given extended discussion. And as we discussed at length in November, we made it clear that we would have alternative presentations available. So, Mr. Tester, once we hear the other presentation, then we'll entertain motions as outlined on the agenda that's been approved earlier. So, Ms. Robinson, if you would please come forth.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor indicated earlier, I learned something today. Apparently there's a compatibility issue with jump drives and different versions of PowerPoint, so you'll have to forgive me if I get any error messages. We ran a run through this morning, it worked beautifully, and then we had a vendor that unfortunately he had to leave. He was here this morning to present to you, and his was loaded, and his company's more high-tech than my laptop, so there's a bug, so hopefully it won't show itself, but if it does, please bear with me.
Ms. Robinson, could you pull your mic up just a little bit so that everyone can hear? Yeah.
Okay. All right. As you all know, in August, the commission voted to defer the funds for tourism pending finding suitable alternatives. Doing some brainstorming because we didn't know what suitable alternatives would be presented to you all to give you some options. In October, well after an August meeting, I started thinking, what else is there out there as far as tourism goes? Can you hear me any better? Is that better? I will stay there. You all may not know my legacy, but my grandfather was a state senator from Tennessee, Herman Robinson, and he was instrumental in passing the legislation and getting the funding to establish Sycamore Shoals State Park and Roan Mountain as a state park. I consider personally Roan Mountain and Sycamore Shoals two of our crown jewels for Carter County. They are key drivers for tourism for Carter County, among other drivers that we have. So trying to be a good steward of the community and of the commission and of the mayor's office, I started trying to put together some brainstorming ideas. I asked the mayor to go over with me to pick up some brochures to look and see, because the first thing they teach you in economic development is take an inventory of your current assets and capitalize and utilize your current assets. So one of the brochures I saw was Roan Mountain, and it says the crown jewel of Carter County. And it started me to think that it is a wonderful crown jewel, but it's a little far off the beaten path as far as being a new welcome center for promotion of tourism. But right at our county seat in Elizabethton, we have Sycamore Shoals. So the mayor and I did some brainstorming about if we could turn something that's centrally located into a new welcome center for suitable alternatives for y'all's consideration. what might that entail? And so this presentation, this partnership proposal is an outcome of those brainstorming exercises. Before I get into the presentation, I will share with you that in this partnership proposal, we have reached out to Milligan College. It's another one of the crown jewels in Carter County. And of course, we reached out to Sycamore Shoals. We reached out to them. They wanted us to reassure you all that should the commission select this partnership proposal, they wholeheartedly will support and endorse and embrace tourism and their role in this partnership. But the idea came from the mayor's office. We approached them. So that's the setting for the presentation, and I'll go ahead and begin. As you can see from the Tourism Promotion Partnership slide I have on the screen, the mayor, actually, when we were doing all this brainstorming, he had attended the governor's conference. And at the governor's conference, he had the privilege to meet Miss Melanie Bucamp. She is the Director of Outreach and Engagement at Tennessee Department of Tourist Development. The mayor brought her card back to me and said, give her a call, because again, you all had suspended the monies, and we were looking for suitable alternatives to give you options should you choose another path to promote tourism. Ms. Bucamp shared with us that she was heavily engaged in the promotion of tourism for Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge. That's in her repertoire, her background. She, at the time, had partnered with an entity called Design Sensory. And Mr. Matt Connickinen, he was here this morning. Unfortunately, the agenda got delayed a bit with some of the things we needed to care for on the agenda, and he had to leave. He wasn't able to stay. So I'm going to do my best to share with you his presentation. In the partnership promoted proposal, of course, I just talked about Sycamore Shoals and the Tennessee State Park System, and Milligan College as the partner, and also the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development, because there's a lot of grant money, from my perspective, from my research, that's been left on the table for tourism development. I personally found an opportunity to apply for $35,000 that I don't believe has ever been applied for the promotion of tourism. So, you have to educate yourself, you have to look and dig, and there's lots of opportunities out there. And I will share with you at this point in time that the mayor and I, along with some folks from the city, and along with the folks from Carter County tomorrow, had previously been involved in a property evaluation program for Select Tennessee. Those folks came in from the state and the consultant's office Thursday and Friday last week, and the findings from their initial survey of Carter County and the inventory of properties that we had for them to take a look at, their initial findings and their initial report is that we're very limited in industrial development. There's just not a lot of potential because of our mountains and our scenic area. Tourism is what we have to promote. That's what's going to be our economic driver. So we knew it, but we have to really focus on what gives us the best bang for our buck, what gives us the best return on our investment. So going through the presentation, the concept that we're proposing as a partnership is to make Sycamore Shoals State Historic Park our new Carter County Tourism Welcome Center. We've already spoken with the folks with the state park system. Mr. Brock Hill is one of the commissioners. They 1,000% support it. They actually have other park tourism promotions within the state. So this isn't the first. It's very innovative. It's very out-of-the-box kind of thinking, but it's already a tried-and-true model, and it's working very successfully in other areas of the state where they've tried this. So the partners would include, of course, Carter County, because it's our hotel motel tax that will fund it. Milligan College, in our proposal, will be the contract administrator. So their finances, they're a nonprofit, and our hotel motel tax legislation requires it go to a civic or charitable organization. They will provide interns through scholarship, use some of the money for the promotion of tourism to actually have the interns, which gives back to the community. Sycamore Shoals State Park wholeheartedly supports it. They'll become the welcome center, and they'll supervise the interns. And the hope is that some of those interns will become employees of the state park. Of course, the Tennessee State Park System, the Tennessee Department of Tourist Development, Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development, and Design Sensory. Design Sensory, I'll tell you a little bit about them. They were highly recommended by the state of Tennessee and the state park system and the state tourist development folks there. Design Sensory has done promotions for the state of Tennessee to brand Tennessee. They've done it for the Wildlife Resource Agency. They've done it for Tennessee ECD, and of course Tourism Development. And as we go through some of these links, I'll show you, and I won't do it justice. The account rep was here, but he had to leave. But I'll give you a glimpse of what they're all about. Now, please keep your fingers crossed that I get through these technical problems to get back to the presentation. You may not be aware, but Milligan, let's see if I can get this up. Back out of a minute. Please, don't do that. Come on. Like I said, I learned compatibility. I have to switch laptops next time. All right, get over to these. It's better to let the folks speak for themselves as far as who they are and what they have to offer as far as partnership. Let's see if we can come up here. Technology is wonderful when it works as fast as you want it to work. Let's see if I can get it to come down. Okay, this is a promotional video movie that they put together at Milligan, and it really speaks to who they are and what they offer the community.
Since 1866, Milligan has proclaimed that Christian education is the hope of the world. This legacy lives on because of our dedication to scholarship, community, and faith. For us, scholarship is a commitment to academic excellence as we seek to honor God by educating men and women to be servant leaders. It's a caring and well-respected faculty. It's being challenged to think independently. It's believing that all knowledge is one. It's a legacy 150 years strong, rooted in the liberal arts. It's why we were established, why we're here today, and why we'll continue for years to come. At Milligan, community is being part of something greater than yourself. It's seeking and answering the call to serve others. It's being a part of ongoing traditions and establishing new ones. It's preparing to lead and influence the workplace and the world around us. It isn't just about the here and now. It's a legacy that began with those who were here before and that will continue with those yet to come. Faith is the common thread woven into the fabric of everything we do. It's changing lives and shaping culture. It's embracing our strong Christian foundation. It's not just who we are, it's how we view and serve the world around us. Faith is the legacy shared among us, strengthened through scholarship, lived out in community. It is passed down generation after generation and will carry us forward ever.
Milligan traces its history all the way back to 1866. Our first president, Josephus Hopwood, believed the purpose of education is to create in our students a broader soul with a more correct idea of man, of nature, and of God. I'm honored to be part of an organization that is so mission-focused and so deeply committed to the values of scholarship, community, and faith. I'm proud that my family has such a long connection to Milligan's history. My grandfather was here as a student in 1915 and was a member of the Milligan baseball team. My mother was here in the 1950s. I met my wife here in the 1980s. And both of our sons just recently graduated from Milligan. And we look forward to being part of Milligan's continuing legacy over another 100 years and being alongside with you as we move Milligan forward together.
Milligan shared with you a little bit about who they are, and you've seen how they market and brand. Let me show you a little bit about who, let's see if I can get this next one, who Sycamore Shells is. Go ahead and close that so that we'll start another one. Let's see. Sorry for the pause here. In their own words.
Freedom. The right to be free as individuals, to be emancipated from the chains of slavery. Or freedom. The right to govern oneself, to fight for political liberty. It would be the second cry for freedom to come first in American history. It would be America's Revolutionary War. And little did the early pioneers of what this now Northeast Tennessee realized, they would be some of the first soldiers to fight for this country's independence. In 1780, 1,100 of these brave revolutionaries, known as the Overmountain Group, assembled together at Sycamore Shoals on the Watauga River before marching off to fight the British at Kings Mountain in South Carolina. On that fateful day, October 7th, the Overmountain men would swiftly defeat the trained British militia in less than 1 hour. Theodore Roosevelt said that the Battle of Kings Mountain was a turning point in America's war for independence. That's why commemorating the spirit of these early American freedom fighters is so important in the 21st century. Situated on the Watauga River is the Sycamore Shoals State Historic Area, a 60-acre park in Elizabethton, Tennessee, and a designated National Historic Landmark. It is here that this famed 18th century settlement comes to mind. See for yourself what was once the hub of America's first frontier and discover some of the most dramatic events to occur prior to the American Revolution. Learn why this was one of the first permanent American settlements beyond the original 13 British colonies, and how American liberty began here when the Union established the first Democratic Republic. Experience the Wataugas, the official outdoor drama of Tennessee, which depicts the lives of these early settlers, and hear the story of how these brave, everyday people helped defeat the British, and the role they played in Tennessee's nickname, the Volunteers. It's as if the story of the birth of America's freedom lives on to remind us that freedom is not just an idea of the past, but one to hold dear and protect for the future. To remind us that freedom is the soul
Sycamore Shoals Park Manager, Jennifer Bauer, wanted me to let you know that that video is an old video, but it's a good video. They actually, instead of presenting the Wataugans now, they present Liberty. And since, I think in the video it said they had 60 acres as part of the state park, it's now 90. And it includes Sabine Hill and the Carter Mansion, so she wanted me to share that with you. And to let you know a little bit about Design Sensory before we continue on with the presentation, I want to go to their website since Matt had to leave, and I'll do the best I can to give you a little taste of it. Let's see. They've done a lot of branding for Memphis. They've done a lot of branding for Nashville. And of course, they've done branding for the state of Tennessee, Tennessee ECD, and the Wildlife Resource Agency. They have examples of some of their work. You can see they've done work for the Appalachian Electric System, Tennessee Trails. Let's see if I can get some good examples up here. Let's go on down. They are a team of, in my opinion, IT geniuses. They are on the cutting edge of the latest and greatest in technology, videos, apps. You can see some of the brands here that they've worked with. And the reason that we thought about partnering them with Milligan and the interns at Milligan, we'll talk about that in the presentation, but Milligan, of course, has some wonderful students in their computer science and their marketing programs that once Design Sensory creates a new website, new marketing pieces, new advertising that will go internationally, not just nationally, not just regionally, but we need someone that knows the technology and can continue to make it dynamic and fresh every single day. Not just have a product delivered to us and, it gets outdated within a few months. So let's see if I can get a few more Design Sensory's clips here. Let's see. Offerings. Let's see. Like I said, I apologize. He had to leave. He couldn't stay. You can see here they do branding, marketing and public relations, research and analytics, studio production, digital pieces, website and e-commerce, visual communications. Let's see, I'm trying to get one of their videos to play. And it's just the driver, so please forgive me. You can see here we've got Tennessee Tourism. I mean, who better? They're already promoting statewide Tennessee tourism. Boy Scouts of America, the state of Tennessee. Let's see if this one plays for us. Make sure I have sound on. Do you have sound on? Okay. This is going to tell the story of the state of Tennessee. And here are the projects. They've done the vacation guide. Let's see if I can get this project to play. One of their apps works here. Oh, here we go. Middle Tennessee. Here's some of what they've done. later on, if you want to look, you can go to designsensory.com and look at their whole website. There's probably about 30 more videos out there of work that they've done throughout the state. So let me try to get back over to my presentation now. Let's see, back to it. Okay, jumping ahead now. About the Tourism Promotion Partnership, the vision. The Carter County Tourism Promotion Partnership envisioned Carter County and Sycamore Shoals being a premier tourism destination, retaining and showcasing the values, heritage, culture, and natural beauty of Carter County while also marketing Carter County in a specified regional area. We don't want to just limit ourselves to Carter County, but when people come here, you know, we're an hour's drive, an hour's half drive to all kinds of great locations. West to Knoxville, including Knoxville will be our target area, east to Boone and Blowing Rock, North Carolina, and south to Asheville, North Carolina, and Charlotte. So you see in that kind of a triangle, we've got airports. You know, we have Charlotte International Airport. We have options to reach out and bring a lot of people into this area. The mission of the partnership is to promote and develop tourism in Carter County and in and around the specified regional area. Now, I heard you all talking earlier about the Private Act. The Private Act defines tourism. This comes right out of the Private Act. I was shocked when I read this too, because I thought that money was limited to a certain thing. It's actually a little broader. Tourism means the planning and conducting of programs of information and publicity designed to attract to the county tourists, visitors, and other interested persons from outside the area, and also encouraging and coordinating the efforts of other public and private organizations or groups of citizens to publicize the facilities and attractions of the area for the same purposes. It also means the acquisition, construction, and remodeling of facilities useful in the attraction and promotion of tourism, conventions, and recreational business. The citation, of course, is a House Bill from 1981, Private Chapter Number 186, passed March 29, 1984, and approved by Governor Lamar Alexander, April 1, 1984. So the definition in our Private Act is pretty broad. The goals of the partnership to increase the economic contribution of tourism to Carter County by attracting a more discerning and higher spending visitor, increasing the number of visitors, especially repeat visitors, to provide a superior destination experience for visitors by developing and expanding the number and quality of product offerings, maximize the seasonality opportunities that Carter County has to offer, adopt and promote a more sustainable approach to tourism development, build and sustain a close working relationship between Carter County Tourism Partnership and the business trade, product partners, and media, increase public awareness of the importance of tourism to Carter County economy, and work as a proactive, effective, and efficient team of tourism professionals investing and focusing on actions that bring the most return on the investment in the most sustainable way. A little bit more about Sycamore Shoals State Historic Park. And this came from Ms. Bowers. She asked me to share it with you all. Since the turn of the 21st century, visitation has increased 45% to a high of 411,260 visitors in fiscal year 2009-2010. From 2004 to 2015, visitation figures have ranged from 253,001 to 411,260,000 people to Sycamore Shoals. Volunteer interactive programming attendance, you know, they've got that new interactive museum there. The attendance at the museum from October 1st, 2014 through September 30th, 2015 was a high of 645 educational programs presented on and off site with an attendance of 113,035 participants. That's an average of 53 programs per month. Volunteer participation at Sycamore Shoals ranges annually from 500 to 600 volunteers. Individuals and families engaged in various park activities. These numbers include people who participate in outdoor drama Liberty, the membership of Friends of Sycamore Shoals, the Washington County Regiment North Carolina Militia, the Watauga Valley Fife and Drum Corps, the 1st Tennessee Master Gardeners, area fiber artists including the Over Mountain Weavers Guild and the Liberty Spinners, traditional musicians, the Lee and Lois Herndon, Tennessee Ornithological Society chapter, volunteer reenactors from across the United States, the Sabine Hill Society, the Watauga Valley Art League, demonstrators of traditional arts and life skills, and interns and volunteers from local colleges and universities. Here's some of their stats, looking back from fiscal year 2004-05 to fiscal year 2014-2015. The numbers are very impressive. Did you realize all those folks were actually going to Sycamore Shoals? These are actual visitors. I know the Chamber shared with us that they have a record high currently of about 1,500 visitors. That's very impressive. I was shocked, though, to find out how many people are actually going to Sycamore Shoals. Sycamore Shoals' average annual visitation, taking all those numbers, is approximately 295,261 actual in-person visitors. So for every one tourism visitor to the Chamber, Sycamore Shoals has 196.84 visitors. So what does that look like? Here's a graph that shows Sycamore Shoals is in the red, the Chamber is in the blue. Clearly, we have a lot of visitors to Sycamore Shoals. In our opinion, it'd make a great welcome center. So if you're looking at the actual bodies, for every one visitor to the Chamber, you have 196.84 visitors to Sycamore Shoals. That graphic says a lot. Now looking at the financials, the Chamber for Tourism, Ms. Stevens was kind enough to share her financial statements for the last 4 years. This is a summary which I passed out for you all to see. As you can see, highlighted in yellow on your papers and on the screen, for advertising and brochures for the 4 years of funds that the hotel motel tax has funded, 26.5% of the money went to advertising and brochures. 74.5% went to operating and overhead and other items. So, you know, our hope and our partnership is we're going to turn that around. It's not going to be about salaries and overhead. We're not going to have to pay rent. More of that money is going to be used to purely promote tourism. And oh, by the way, we can afford Design Sensory. And looking at a comparison between what Carter County, Tennessee has and what Sevier County, Tennessee has, because you heard that we have 3 states of Tennessee, West Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, and East Tennessee. Sevier County is one of our closest tourist attraction areas. This is a report that was provided to us by the Tennessee Small Business Development Center at ETSU in October 2015. And as you can see from this report, while we have a good inventory of assets for tourism, Sevier County has a lot more. So we have plenty of opportunity to develop rafting and fishing and canoeing. These businesses were the ones that were reported and on record. So we might have some mom and pop shops that maybe haven't been officially reported or might be freelance kind of operations. They wouldn't be counted in this. The Tennessee Small Business Development Center hits the actual federal government database with actual registered businesses. So, but you can see from this, we have a lot of opportunity to support and develop additional tourist attraction kind of businesses. And again, you know, it's all about adventure tourism these days. So, you know, there's lots of opportunity to help our business partners. There was some talk earlier about the increase from last fiscal year to this current fiscal year of a 5% increase in tourism. Let me tell you where those numbers came from, because when we saw it from the governor's report, we had some questions. According to, because we called the state ECD, the governor got the information from the U.S. Travel Association, and it's an estimate of travel impact on Carter County. And when we saw the number in the report that by the fiscal year in 2014, there was a total of $35 million in travel spent in Carter County, we scratched our heads because we're county government. We see the tax revenues. We see the income that comes into this county. So we figured there had to be some model or multiplier that they could use to get to this. And sure enough, calling the U.S. Travel Association, we spoke with Mr. Tien Tien, who's Vice President and Chief Economist, and who worked on providing the report to the state of Tennessee. And here's what he shared with us. According to our estimate, the $35 million in travel spending in 2014, again for Carter County, Tennessee, only accounted for approximately 0.2% of total travel spending in the state of Tennessee, while other economic activities such as retail and other services accounted for about 0.4% of the state totals. In response to our question, how did you come up with these numbers? Because we don't see them. You know, we're having trouble replicating what was in your report. They use a proprietary travel economic impact model called TIM to to measure the economic impact of travel in the geographic area of study. In our model, travel is defined as activities associated with all overnight and day trips to places 50 miles away or more, one way from the traveler's origin, or as any overnight trips away from home and paid accommodations. Here's the kicker. Travel spending includes not only the expenses on hotels, motels, but also the traveler spending on all travel-related activities such as food, retail shopping, transportation, amusement, recreation activities, etc. So basically what they shared with us, because we had a conference call, they count everything. So they count all retail, all gas, all food, all groceries. But we have a lot of people who live here that aren't tourists, and they're all lumped into that number. So you have to quantify it, and because if we really had 35 million in our revenues in this county, we'd be thrilled, but we just don't see it. So it's a model. As you can see from the next slide, the reason we thought of Milligan as one of our crown jewels in this partnership promotion, tourism promotion partnership, some of you may know, may not know, that Milligan has recently been ranked top 10 regionally by U.S. News, 6 in the ranking in the category of best regional colleges in the South by U.S. News and World Report, 3, the best value in the South, great schools, great places, U.S. News and World Report, and all this is 2015, and 15 in the top 15 baccalaureate colleges by Washington Monthly. As you can see in our partnership proposal, it's all about scholarship. The scholarship program that we're proposing is we'll take seniors in the undergrad program or graduate students in the MBA program from these academic programs: marketing, business, computer science, computer information systems, political science, public relations and advertising, communications, business administration, economics, graphic design, multimedia journalism, and other programs. Now, some of you may or may not know my background. I was in the MBA program at Tennessee Tech. I was a graduate assistant to the Dean of the College of Business. My job to receive my internship stipend was to help graduates get internship opportunities out in the business community. So I'm very familiar with this kind of work-study program, and it's phenomenal because the folks that will come from, for example, computer information system, they'll have the latest and greatest information, and we'll be able to work closely with Design Sensory to continue to provide Carter County with a dynamic website and marketing and media tools that we couldn't otherwise afford. As far as Milligan, you might not realize this, but they're already a leader in promoting tourism in Carter County. They shared with me to share with you all an article, and I apologize if I put my glasses on, I can't read too well, but I believe the name is Mr. Mark Witt, and he was a tourism economist, and he works for the University of Kentucky. He wrote an article called Tourism, a College Marketing Goldmine. Capitalize on town-gown relations for higher education marketing success. And truly, we've got that with Milligan. Milligan shared with me to share with you that they're already branding and promoting the Carter County and the region. They have on their website all kinds of links to all the different wonderful tourism assets in our whole region, not just in Carter County. They currently have a student body of over 1,200 students that come from 35 states and 15 nations. They actively market to those students, in this slide here from their own website, 51 things to do before you graduate. They're encouraging their students to go hike on the Appalachian Trail, and to go bike on the Tweetsie Trail, and to go to Sycamore Shoals, and go visit Rome Mountain, and all the wonderful tourist destinations in the region. And those students that come here, they usually graduate. Their families come in to see them graduate. They bring in all those wonderful tourist dollars while they're here. And you know why they're here for graduation. They're going to want to show them all the wonderful things that Carter County has to offer and the surrounding area has to offer. So they already are a subject matter expert for tourism and branding the area. And again, they market and brand the area because they want the students to come here. So some of the benefits for our innovative out-of-the-box kind of thinking tourism partnership proposal: you'll get the benefit of county, state, regional, national, and international exposure. You'll have Milligan College as a contract administrator and intern support. You'll have Sycamore Shoals State Park Carter County Tourism Welcome Center. And again, they had 295,261 visitors annually, so that's a huge win just right there. You'll have the support of Tennessee State Parks. They're thrilled with the partnership idea. They're eager to hear what your answer is. The Tennessee Department of Tourist Development and Tennessee Department of Economic Community Development. You'll have the expertise of Design Sensory with marketing, branding, internet design, and communications. And you'll have immediate improved cost of tourism promotion per visitor. From my illustration here, a lot of you from business, you know all about cost of goods sold and return on investment. In this illustration, for the $90,000, say on average, for tourism from hotel motel taxes at the chamber, the cost for one visitor is $60 per one visitor. That's based on the math model here of $90,000 for tourism promotion and 1,500 visitors annually, compared to Sycamore Shoals at 30 cents per visitor. So again, the tourism partnership proposal is State of Tennessee Tourism Development, State of Tennessee ECD, Tennessee State Parks and Sycamore Shoals, Milligan College, and Design Sensory, and of course Carter County, because it takes your voice to make this happen. I thank you for your consideration of the partnership and invite any questions you might have.
Questions, anyone? Mr. Hill?
Yes, ma'am. This is extremely good work.
Thank you.
The question that is the first thing on my mind here is, at any time, have you guys brought any of this research to the table at a Chamber of Commerce meeting or perhaps a Carter County tomorrow meeting?
I can speak for myself. Again, setting the stage, how this all came about. When you all, the commission, froze the money in August, I didn't know who, if anybody, was going to give you suitable alternatives, so I started brainstorming on my own. Everything was frozen.
Right.
And again, it came from the brochure where it talked about Rome Mountain as the crown jewel. So, no, I haven't reached out. The mission was to be one of hopefully many that would give you suitable alternatives.
So we have a framework. We have an existing Chamber of Commerce. We have an existing Economic Development Board. And you guys are doing some splendid research there. My question is, why didn't it get brought up at any of these meetings? I mean, did we not have opportunities to do that?
Are you directing the question to me?
I'm just directing the question
in
general.
Keep in mind, let's go back, Mr. Hill, in November, we really discussed this at length, I mean, extreme length, trying to come up with a solution.
Sir, should you not?
Can you let me answer? You've asked me a question.
But you're really not supposed to testify from the chair, sir?
No, I'm not testifying. You were asking me a question. Now, if you want me to answer.
I didn't address you personally.
Okay.
I was addressing the speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I've answered your questions to the best of my ability. Again, my role is not to go out and, my role from taking the direction from the commission as a citizen that wants to contribute and help. And again, with my family legacy being involved with Sycamore Shoals and Rome Mountain, I came up with an idea and we went out and partnered with folks to bring it to the forefront, to bring it to your attention. So as an alternative.
Right.
And again, it was suitable alternative. So an alternative means something different.
So, but then the key word here is alternative. Why wouldn't we present this as an augmentation of, as opposed to an alternative? Why would
Because
we?
in the commission meeting minutes, in the commission, and I was videotaping at the time, the request was to provide the commission with suitable alternatives. That doesn't mean inclusive, that means an alternate.
Thank you.
Mr. Meehan.
Susan, on a couple of those slides, you had a ratio, not clear to me, one person to the chamber and 100 and some to Sycamore Shoals. Are you talking about attendance or visitation? Because
It's actual
the Sycamore-
visitation. Everything was purely 100%
But the
visitation.
Sycamore Shoals had shows. I mean, they had presentations, were large.
Visitors,
Come.
actual in-person visitors.
Right. And that's not what the Chamber of Commerce, they don't put on
That's right.
over the mountain. But they are a source to say where Sycamore Shoals and where these types of things go on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that seemed apples and oranges to me, and I'm not sure what that pointed out.
Mr. Ward?
Director, this question to you.
Yes.
Are you trying to tell this commission that the Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Department don't have partnerships with Sycamore Shoals, the state park?
I didn't say that.
Then why are you trying to create a new will?
I'm sorry?
Why are you trying to create a new will? Why couldn't you brought this to them and let them enter into the program? It's a good concept, but, you know, we've got people that have put their life and work into tourism. And you're trying to put it in just the county's hands. You know, we're supposed to be a team here. We're supposed to be a city, county, Watauga team.
The commission requested alternatives to what they've had previously. An alternative would include a new version of an old program. So it's up to the commission. I mean, I'm giving you ideas, I'm giving you things to consider. It's completely up to you how you go from here.
And you talk about an outside agency coming in on the first slide to help you. You know, we did this video for $1,000. I'm sure what they did was not $1,000 video. You know, you're going to spend more money than what these people have been able to spend a small amount of money.
The savings you'll get if you look on that handout is you won't be paying rent to the chamber for the promotion of tourism. You won't be paying the overhead that you're currently paying for the promotion of tourism. That money will, you won't be paying for all the salaries for the promotion of tourism. The plan based on this partnership is that the partners will allow, Sycamore Shoals is not going to charge rent. So the money that's used for motel taxes will be used to purely promote tourism, with a very small amount going to pay interns. And then hopefully one of the interns will be made an entry-level state park employee. But it won't be 75%. The goal is to invert that.
But who is going to be in charge of this?
The partnership, and Milligan will be the contract administrator. Everything will be per contract for the partnership.
So who would they answer?
I'm sorry?
Who would they answer to?
The partnership, from that standpoint, what the partnership is proposing is there won't be micromanaged, because you don't currently micromanage the chamber to manage tourism.
When the director's involved, you have the director.
Well, Milligan has a phenomenal CFO and executive team. So you have the best of the best. You have the state parks folks that'll be part of it, the commissioner of the state park. You'll have Milligan executives that'll be part of it. And the nice thing about it is that there will be an annual audit report filed. That way you have complete transparency. And the partnership spokesperson will come before the commission quarterly and give you an update on the performance and the results.
So you're saying there's no director going to be hired?
No. No.
I guess we're agreeing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McQueen next. Mr. Hill, Mr. McQueen, sir. Mr. McQueen is next.
Point of order. You've got one man that spoke 3 times, and until everybody gets the opportunity to speak according to Robert's Rule of Order, you're through.
Thank you, Mr. Von Cannon. Mr. McQueen.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McQueen.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cause any interruptions. Got a series of questions for you.
Mr. McQueen, could you speak into the mic or speak up, sir? They can't hear.
Sure, I was actually trying to get to this meeting without raising my voice, but I knew it wasn't going to work, so.
Raise it, please.
We'll raise
Please.
it. It's just a series of questions here to help me understand what you put forth. It's a lot of information. In your opinion, based off the information that you found, would this partnership be more effective than what we currently have?
In my opinion, yes, because you automatically go from 1,500 visitors to, on average, 300,000. And you have the resources at the state level supporting it. And you have a higher education institution supporting it and overseeing it. And you have a contract.
I appreciate it. And if we could, please let her answer the questions without talking over. I would appreciate that as well. One thing that I was noticing is this looks like it would be setting up a partnership not only with the county but also a private college and the state. This could obviously be very beneficial to us. Did you all see any downside to this whatsoever when you were compiling your facts?
No, again, I mentioned that the state park system already has similar programs throughout the state that have been highly successful. So it's not like a brand new model. It's already tried and true and working well. And it's a vision of mine, but my hope is that once the state sees how successful this is, that maybe they'll help promote building some more facilities for us. And I'd like to see some more accommodations like some of the other state parks have across the state where it's actually a resort. It's not just a facility, but similar to Roe Mountain, you've got cabins and all. If the state could partner with us through grants and tourism monies, then hopefully maybe we wouldn't need necessarily another hotel first. Maybe we could get a few more accommodations from state parks perspective.
Trust me, from the hotel industry, I know they're waiting for the industry to build up before they build another one. The owner of the hotel that I work for said frequently, if I thought I could make money by building a Motel 6 or a Holiday Inn on the other side of Elizabeth, and I would have done it a long time ago. But businessmen are smart with their money. My last question is, I'm from a city district. We face a lot of taxes. My constituents always ask me one of two things. Where's the money going and what's it doing for the city? Obviously, serving on the county, they want to know what's doing there. Would this be a financial burden in any way, shape, or form on the people of this county, or would they actually see a feasible, not necessarily a profit, but a return on their investment to move to this program?
The plan for the partnership is to operate with the exact same money that's currently being used or was used by the chamber to promote tourism, so without any increase. So maximize the best of what you've got. So there would be no additional tax burden based on the partnership that we're proposing. It's just utilizing the existing money, the revenue stream that's already generated by hotel motel taxes.
So this would be a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Grindstaff.
Yes, once again, it was a great presentation.
Thank you.
A lot of numbers. And I'd like to go back to that slide where you highlighted the 25% and 75%, if you could. Could you explain just kind of where you're getting the 75% and 25%? Just kind of go over those numbers with us.
Certainly. Back to it. And I can't see it from here, but at the bottom of it, I think that there was a total number of 380,000. So when you add the brochures expense and the advertising expense up, and you, I believe you divide it into that number, or you divide that number by the 380, you come up with the breakdown. It's a standard math calculation.
Now, is that just coming from their funding? That's just coming from the $90,000 that we released, correct?
Best of my knowledge, they also, in their report here, I mean, this is their report. They do have some sales, I understand, from their gift shop. So I don't know the exact source of all their funds. This is just assuming they had 90, and I didn't factor that into these numbers, but we know that tourism dollars over the years have increased from 50,000 to about 90,000, and we heard from Ms. Bird today that we're at like 116. So, this is their document they provided. The mayor had asked for the document. He sits on that board for the county, and we wanted to see, how much was actually spent to promote tourism.
One more question from me.
Yes, one more question.
The design center, you said that the plan was to operate on the same amount of funds, the 116 or whatever's coming in at that time. How is that going to come into play? What is the funding, kind of where everything will be spent? You've shown us where they obviously spend their funding. What's the outlook looking for whenever we get in this program? How's this funding?
Sure. Well, again, the partnership, we haven't gone down that path as a concept, and it all depends on whether or not you all want us to continue on and be the champion to promote tourism. My vision is that Design Sensory, there be a contract, they be engaged, and first they have to go on the website, they have to do the branding and the marketing in the area and get our message out. And of course, the partnership will welcome any kind of input. The vision is to regionally brand. It's not just Carter County, but again, we've got the airports that we're trying to bring the visitors in. And again, if you come play and stay here, we're a day trip or an hour or so over to Biltmore, we're an hour or so over to Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, so it's come play, stay, and then do all the attractions in the region. So the plan is that the first 6 months of the project, say for example, you all agree, and County Attorney Hardin prepares a contract, and the partners all sign the contract, then Design Sensory will be engaged to go ahead and do the new website, do the marketing and the branding, and then this fall, if everything plays out like we envision it will, the interns will come on board. One of the goals and one of the benefits is that Sycamore Shoals is only open 6 days a week currently. With the interns, they'll be open 7 days a week. Currently, they're closed on Monday. So the interns will start fall semester, and we'll have an intern from IT and an intern from marketing. They'll take the tools created by Design Sensory and start working all the leads, the contacts, getting the message out there. Again, Sycamore Shoals won't charge any rent. Initially, we'll just have the intern hourly rate, which is about $8 an hour is typical for a scholarship and intern. And the team, the partnership will consist of the executives at Milligan plus the professors from those academic programs. So there'll be a lot of unpaid expert resources supporting all of this. And so Design Center will hand off the product. Sycamore Shoals will embrace it. Will help. What will happen at the Welcome Center at Sycamore Shoals is we'll have a person there, the intern program. The hours range anywhere from 6 to 10 hours a week, depending on, so one intern, 2, 3, 4, it might be 40 hours a week. And the marketing intern at Sycamore Shoals will act as a greeter, and they'll work with the visitors that come. They'll help promote the area. They'll support them. The IT intern, of course, will work the website and keep it fresh and dynamic and active all the time.
So there's a chance that this could cost more than $90,000 by the time this
No, there's not, because it's going to be by design to only use the money that's available through hotel motel tax. So truly the money is to promote tourism. We envision that later the intern in year 2 will spend maybe $25,000 to make that intern, one of the interns that turns out to be top notch, give them a full-time employee position at the state park. So again, $25,000, say if you round it up, we're at $116,000 now. A fourth of that will go to that person's salary. And then there'll be one intern at any given time that supports that person that's full-time. And the other 75% will go to promote tourism without the overhead.
Anything else, Mr. Grindstaff? Mr. Von Cannon next. Mr. Von Cannon.
Yes, sir.
This is a very, very unusual model.
Yes.
The one entity that I see that we've neglected in the past, we've treated Milligan College as though it were in Johnson City. We've treated Milligan College as though they didn't exist. It's the most underutilized asset that this county has. And we should have been utilizing it a long time ago. The only thing I know that Carter County has benefited from Milligan College, other than the fact that 2,000 students bring a lot of money and they bring a lot of parents visiting. They may not stay in this town, but they do come here. And once they come here and see what we have, some of them are staying. Quite a few of them are staying, as a matter of fact. Milligan College underutilized. Our mountains are what we've got left. Tourism is what is left for this county. You can talk all you want to about bringing in big industry. Where you go to put them? We have nothing. We own 0 acres of land to put an industry in if they came tomorrow. We've got 0 buildings. We're working on that. However, you've got to have some land mass. Somebody said, why don't we get an automobile factory? Okay, show me 1,000 acres. Show me 800 acres. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? A lot of it details money. And adding Milligan College to this mix is a plus, plus, plus. Here.
Commissioner Acuff.
Susan,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you
Thank
for
you.
that information. That was a good presentation, and Commissioner Von Cannon is right. We have underutilized Milligan. How is the city of Elizabeth and city of Watauga and other entities going to be involved in this particular model?
Well, originally, again, this was one alternative. The partnership can expand and grow as the partners, it's a very open-minded group. So we want a strong support system to promote and grow the entire region. So they'll be welcome. The initial contract will be with these initial folks, but certainly no one will be shut out. It takes everybody to promote and brand America's Best Kept Secret, according to the mayor of Carter County. And so, we want to include as many people as we can to help make this work.
Let me speak from the academic side, since I lived there most of my life.
Uh-huh.
I would really challenge you in this concept that professors and faculty members are going to give of their time freely.
Definitely, that's the plan.
Whenever I write a grant, as I did to, for instance, the Department of Homeland Security, part of my salary was built in there so that it came back as overhead to the community or to the entity itself. In this case, it would be Milligan College.
Yeah, Milligan's already pledged that they're not going to do that.
Do you have a letter of support stating that?
We have a verbal commitment. They're wholeheartedly, once we have a contract, which they have already supported and they'll sign, all the details will be spelled out.
We've had a lot of verbal commitments here, and somehow they fall through the cracks as well.
It's premature. We don't have a contract because you all haven't voted on what you want to do. And it was premature for us to bring a contract forward.
Not a contract. I'm asking for a letter of support outlining what the institution will do. That's standard operating procedure at East Tennessee State University. And I would be surprised if it's not the standard operating procedure.
Oh, I'm sure. You'll have the letter of support. It's no problem.
And delineated how people are going to contribute their time and what they're going to ask for.
Definitely. And I'm very familiar with letters of support. I've worked on many, many projects.
Just to echo one of my fellow commissioners, I dealt with the digital lab at ETSU and also in TARP, which is a spinoff from ETSU's digital lab, which has become a wonderful technology company that does a lot of digitizing, a lot of videos that you showed today. Those things are not cheap. I know you said we could afford design sensory,
Yes.
but I would again go back and applaud Tanya's group for having a very good video, which I think said a lot more than others, pictures and music about our area. So I would want to see a contract on what these people are going to charge as well. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Lyons.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a big difference in Milligan College and the State University. Milligan College gets very involved with interns, with providing expertise from professor level, writing grants, or zero. So I think it's yes, I differ with you, Mr. Acuff. I see you shaking your head, but I differ with you. You talk with Milligan College, with the board of directors, and I'm very familiar with many of them. They will jump on this opportunity to try to help this community and to try to do it as low as possible in terms of what the cost would be. That could be built into the contract, I promise you.
And the only thing that we've discussed and that they have agreed to is just to pay the interns. Everything else is, what we've discussed so far has been purely donation of time, resources, and for them to be an unpaid contract administrator. They pledge their full support. As you saw from their video, they're all about community, and they think this is a wonderful opportunity to support the community.
Mr. Carroll.
This would be under contract. I mean, we have a contractual agreement. So
Yes,
and if that's the money that is in it, that's the contract.
yes,
And they would have any option of it to abide by the contract.
correct.
Mr. Ward.
We have a lot of expertise in this audience, and I would like to be able to call on the mayor of the city of Elizabeth to give us his point, please. If he's choosing.
Mayor, you've been called out, if you would.
Definitely isn't the first time.
Yeah, come forth. I don't know what the question's going to be. I don't know what the,
Well, I actually had a few of my own after watching the presentation. I do appreciate the opportunity to be here and appreciate what you all do. I know it is a thankless job, believe me. I live it every day, as you do. I just had a couple questions that came to my mind. First of all was, as I forget who mentioned it, was Elizabethton involved. And it was disheartening to me that Elizabethton has not been included in the discussion since we are part of Carter County. You know, the city of Watauga hasn't been brought in, and that's disheartening. You know, and Mayor, you and I have had a great working relationship for a lot of years, and I don't want that to go by the wayside, because it's going to take all of us working together to make that.
Mayor,
yes.
Can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
If there's no objections, at no point in time would the city of Elizabeth or Watauga be excluded from this partnership. As I've stated many times, we are America's best kept secret. And the only way to get out of that mode is to work collectively. And that's part of the program. Once Milligan, we go into contract with Milligan because our private act is very specific. It says that we have to have contract with a third party, a nonprofit. Milligan is. We can't go into a contract with just anyone. So Milligan would be the point of contact. We have sat down, we've talked with Dr. Greer and his staff on a number of occasions. The question is, what does the commission want to do? Once they decide, then we can put together the contract, and at no point in time would we exclude Elizabethton, Watauga from this equation. You're part of it.
Right. We just
Okay.
want to make sure
You have to be.
that we all have
Yes,
a part
sir.
in. You know, I think we have a nonprofit right now running. I think the tourism is a nonprofit, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, okay?
A couple other things I just wanted to point out. I know somebody else had mentioned about the using the percentages, you know, going and looking at the 75-25. You know, that's a little skewed when you look at, we're spending 80% or 75% on overhead, 25% on other things. Well, for those of you that are in the service industry, if you don't have inventory and you don't have manufacturing, your highest expense is going to be your overhead, so you need to put that in perspective. The tourism doesn't manufacture anything, they don't sell anything. And you being an MBA student know that you can't throw cost of goods sold into this equation, because that's only if you manufacture or sell an item.
I call it cost of visitor.
That's a totally different than cost of goods sold. I teach accounting at ETSU, I know, so just make sure we don't mix those
But we don't have
terms
rent
up.
expense in the partnership. We have a welcome center available to us without all those costs.
But you said cost of goods sold. You said for
Just
those
as an
businesses.
illustration,
It's-
cost of visitor.
I understand. And my last question, I guess, would be, were there any RFPs thrown out? You know, did we ask for RFPs, or did we just pick this person to?
We took the recommendation from the experts, again, from the governor's conference, and I guess you went to the
I was
governor's
there.
conference.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to meet Miss Melanie Buchanan?
I saw her, I did not speak with
Yeah,
her person.
we went, she was the subject matter expert that turned us on to what the state of Tennessee, ECD, state tourism, and the state governor's office is using. So once we realized what we had in front of us, the experts that know how to promote Tennessee, why did we need to look somewhere else? The goal was to find suitable alternatives. If other people wanted to put an RFP out there, they could have done it. But we thought that, again, we took an inventory of what our assets were. Our top assets are Rome Mountain, Sycamore Shoals, and Milligan College. ECD is all about utilizing your current assets. So why did we need to look anywhere else?
There you go.
Mayor, also, since it's just you and I at this point, also, everyone in this auditorium had an opportunity to bring forth a proposal. We talked about this at length. You weren't at our meeting in November, but we would like to welcome you back. You know,
My
we want
goodness.
this to be the only.
I'm used to 30-minute meetings.
Well, some of ours take 6 hours a day. But nonetheless, everyone in this auditorium had an opportunity to put together an alternative, and there was not time. I mean, we vetted this. We've talked with Rock Hill at length and his staff, Ms. Jennifer Bowers, Dr. Greer, We have put a tremendous amount of time into this. This is not something that came together overnight. And when the state of Tennessee recommended Design Century as being the premier marketing
And state parks.
we didn't see any reason to go out and do anything other. And we were under the time frame here, a very tight time frame to get this together. And I wish some of the commissioners had brought forth a proposal of their own, but they didn't. So this is what we were doing. This is what we were commissioned to do, put together an alternative.
And, my request was just to make sure, that we all work together on this, as well as other things. And, I know we talked about, the percentage of the salary, the overhead. If you think that you're going to do away with the salaries by going with another company, you're not. You're just going to be paying a salary of someone else. It may not be on our payroll, but you are. These people don't work for free. And, I just think we could all work together. What we have, obviously, if you look at the numbers, the tourism is working. Our tourism does a great job. Our chamber does a great job. Are there things that we need to work on? Absolutely. Is there anything we can fix in county government? Absolutely. Is there anything that can be fixed in city government? Absolutely. But let's all work together and do it. And I think we can go a lot further by, not excluding Watauga, not excluding the city, or the city not excluding you guys at all.
I'll assure you that's not the intent.
That was my request.
Not the intent.
Sorry to bore you all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Are there any other questions? We're getting close to equal time now. Are there any other questions?
Point of information. You said everyone in the auditorium here had an opportunity to bring forth a proposal. I'm not sure I understood what you meant by that.
Mr. Hill, can I answer Mr. Meehan?
Well, you don't have to have no
Okay.
permission, sir.
Yes, in November, we talked about it, and at that time, we extended an invitation to bring back any proposals, sir.
In November, we were trying to work on something, and we were saying, you can't do it now, you have to put it off, and it's in the minutes that we'll handle these things in January. And December, there was no meeting, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, that we had an opportunity to bring forth a proposal. Because we tried something, that man there tried something, and we were told that it might jeopardize CCET, and just put it on hold, and we'll bring this all back with these proposals in January. We're here, and now we're hearing that Watauga and Elizabethton already even consulted in this. And
go ahead.
During our November meeting, according to the minutes, the only request was made by you to have the chamber present a presentation. Nobody else was asked, according to the minutes of the last meeting. Nobody else was asked to bring something forth. And the commission never requested anything to be brought forward.
At that time, we made it clear that we would be making a proposal as to an alternative, which came out of the August meeting. It made it clear. We read that repeatedly. And in discussion, we bogged down, and Miss Tanya, we asked her, we needed clarification because we told you then that there would be an alternative presented. And we asked her if she could come, and she did acknowledge that she could bring not only herself, but her board and make a presentation. She's done that today. She spent 75 minutes with her presentation and discussion, and that's exactly where we're at right now with Miss Susan and hers.
I was hoping I might get another shot, but Mr. McQueen had his hand up.
Mr. McQueen, sir, question?
I'll let him ask his first. Mine's more of a closing sentence.
Now, are these questions for myself or for Miss Susan? Miss Susan.
For Miss
Okay.
Susan.
Let Miss Susan, okay, go ahead, Mr. McQueen.
Basically, I just wanted to, I don't know any other way to say this, so I'm just going to make part. Because I made a promise to somebody I ran with that I keep my mouth shut for a year and my time's up. So let me just put it as bluntly as I can. As
I like
someone
direct. Go ahead.
who lives in this county, has lived in this county all my life and cares and ran to make a difference. We have been doing the same thing for so long and keep waiting for results and waiting for results. There is no executive action No one's stepping forward to take responsibility and make a move. Let's work on it. Let's put a workshop together. Let's talk about it. Let's go somewhere. That's it. This is the point where the new commissioners do what you ran for, make a change. We've got an opportunity to make a huge step forward, partner with the state and the institutions. This is not Cowtown. This is Carter County. This is Elizabethton. We have respect. We have pride. We have Carter County values here. This is our opportunity. And I would advise everyone here in this commission and our elected officials, don't miss your chance. Some of the greatest elected officials that we've ever had elected this time who have made a huge difference already. As a legislative body, let's make a difference now.
Mr. Grindstaff.
I say here, Mr. Krista, do everything but jump up and down. I think she'd like to say something.
I've tried.
Miss Krista, if you would, please, go ahead. You have a comment.
The mood has kind of passed at this point. I couldn't get anyone to recognize me, but there have been many questions about the funding. What is this going to cost? What is that going to cost? I just want to make sure everybody's aware. Hotel motel tax goes directly to tourism, whatever that is. So whoever we go with, they get what we collect for hotel motel tax. If we get more, they get that money. If the revenues go down, they get less money. So nobody's going to come back and say, we need more money. If they do, they need to fix their budget because they get hotel motel tax and that is all they get.
And all the discussions today, if I could just add to that, since you as finance director, all discussions today have been limited to the amount of money that was available through what was collected, period. No more, no less, and it is going to vary. This past year, we had a lot of people coming into town. Price of gas went down significantly. More people traveling, not only here, but all across the nation, and that's why I think we saw an increase. Anyone else? Mr. Holden.
I would just like to get clarification on the hours of operation. I know you had mentioned that the Sycamore Shoals is open 6 days a week.
Correct. They closed on Mondays currently because of lack of funds to be open 7 days a week. So this would be an immediate benefit to them to be able to stay open 7 days a week.
How does that compare to the chamber? What are their hours of operation?
I think, Tanya?
Ms. Tanya, could you answer that question, please?
I can. We are quite different from Sycamore Shoals State Park. Obviously, they do have the interpretive center and the fort and all of those things. We, in the past, have staffed 6 days a week, and in the summer, we do that. When our volume drops, again, we are fiscally responsible, and we see our volume. So currently, we are operating 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay, is there anything else, Mr. Holden? Any other that have questions? Mr. Grindstaff, and then we'll get back to Mr. Hill, we'll finish up with that.
Going down here.
I understand, sir.
Just a quick question, we've discussed this. If we were to go with this, what would happen to the chamber? What would happen to that property and that building? Would they be able to stay open? Would they have to close? I think that's something very important to look at is how it would impact, how it would impact that. What's the plans? I noticed you mentioned having a new welcome center.
Correct.
Would that take the place of this one?
It would, and I know the mayor might want to speak to it, but my vision, the partnership vision, is that the chamber won't close. The chamber will be able to focus on what it does best. They're subject matter experts at growing and developing and supporting businesses. So my vision, partnership vision, is they'll continue on. We've already been told, I believe, in November, when they were asked that they're not using the tourism money to subsidize their operations, so they should, tourism will be carved off if you all vote for this, and it'll go over to Sycamore Shoals and the partnership, and they'll handle tourism, so the chamber will still be open, and it will focus on supporting and growing and developing businesses, and hopefully, working on increasing their membership, and that way, in my vision, they won't have to worry about, as Tanya said, juggling all the balls and doing more than one job. Let them focus on that. And of course, in the partnership, they'll be, like the mayor said, and the partners have already discussed, it's a team. So it'll be the city of Elizabeth, the city of Watauga, the city of Johnson City. That's part of Carter County too. There'll be lots of people to support the partnership with the focus on promotion of tourism. The dollars going to that, not all the overhead expenses. So the vision is that they'll continue on. They just won't be the tourism welcome center Sycamore Shoals will be.
The park hunters, I know that there's a full-time position now, there is a full-time position there for their tourism coordinator, which is unfilled. Obviously that will go away. The part-time
Yes.
individual would that kind of move over? Would they have the opportunity maybe to assist in this? I'd hate for them to lose
Yeah.
y'all.
Personally, the partnership, if you all vote to do this, we don't want to put anybody out of a job, but we'll take a look at it and see if there's an opportunity. But the main goal is not to do that 75, 76% in overhead and salaries. It's to, utilize lean and mean. I was a Lean Six Sigma graduate, scored perfect on my test. So it's all about lean and mean and maximizing efficiency. So certainly we'll take a look at the current staff, and if there's an opportunity, try to find a place for them in the new organization.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Hill.
First of all, I'm not intentionally shouting at you. The mic's
That's
kind of
okay.
staticky. Mr. Trivett keeps rolling and driving his chair over the corner. Okay, so I think that I'm really impressed with this, but I think we're not quite there yet. What you found, that as I see it, and you've modularized and compartmentalized this thing well.
Thank you.
Organizationally, bravo. Okay, you found free rent. You found an overhead-free opportunity,
Definitely.
and you found some extra partnerships that would be awesome. All right, why can't we take these modular bits, plug them into our existing Chamber of Commerce, and then you have the complete picture, and everything's good with me. I don't see this as a competitive thing. I see this as good work that should have been plugged into the Chamber within the existing framework. We don't have to dissect the thing and take it completely apart. This would fit phenomenally well with what we've already got, and be a very sound approach going forward.
Yeah. The way I look at it, Sycamore Shoals, and this is just my opinion, they're a tourism expert. I mean, it's a state park. I was shocked when I saw that they have on average of 300,000 in-person visitors there annually. So you can't serve two masters, and the chamber handled it previously, and there's an opportunity for them to become a partner, but to use the chamber location as the welcome center to continue defeats the whole purpose of the concept.
No, that wasn't what I was proposing at all. There's an overhead associated with the current chamber location. Your graphic, you could use a good graphics guy, but the superimposed sign that said Carter County Tourism Board on the Sycamore
So you're
Shoals
saying move
photo.
the chamber into Sycamore Shoals?
Bingo! Now you're talking. There's the solution to the whole thing without tearing up something that we don't really need to be tearing up.
And it still goes back to you can't serve two masters. So if the chamber were able to come out from under an umbrella organization that's responsible for financial management and oversight, and they were independent of that, then there might be the potential to do it. The partnership would have to look at that. But again, the contract administrator would be Milligan. Milligan's been around since the 1800s, and they're providing the resources in this partnership. So definitely, if the commission votes to go forward with the partnership, we'll look at all options, but it can't be still tied to an umbrella organization. It just gets too complex with that, and there's too many issues with that.
So what you're saying, I'm sorry, one final little bit here, okay. What you're saying is that it's possible. I sound like the guy who
Anything is
now. What you're
possible.
saying is there is a chance.
Yeah. But their focus is really on growing business, not, Chamber of Commerce is truly are there to, it's a league of businesses. They're there to support and grow and nurture businesses. Granted, a lot of the chambers do tourism kinds of activities, but Sycamore Shoals is a state park. That's all they do is tourism. So there's an opportunity to incorporate just the chamber folks as a partner, but they really do need to focus on businesses, not so much tourism, in my mind.
Ms. Cullen.
Oh my goodness, what we could accomplish if we worked together as one big team for Carter County.
Mr. Ward.
These partners that you have, you said it's out there, Sycamore Shoals, Government College, State Park, why are they in this building? Back to you.
I think, I guess a good way is to let the mayor respond to that.
I'll ask you the question, you asked me.
Well, then, if it's all right, then I'll answer. I I'll be happy to answer it. There's been a lot of stuff in the newspaper. They are very aware of the conflict and issues, and so they ask that I present and share with the commission that they wholeheartedly support the partnership if you choose to vote for them to continue on. But they're also concerned about their standing in the community, given all the other conflict going on, and you know what I'm talking about. And so they've asked me to be their spokesperson.
But they did not bring a letter of support, not one?
They were not asked to give a letter of support.
Why did you do that?
Because the commission has not voted to accept the partnership. Once you vote, then they'll be happy to provide a letter of support.
If I was going to present, I would have.
Mr. Warren, you're not presenting, you're asking questions. You're getting beyond that. You're outside your scope. You've already asked enough questions.
And they did endorse the video. They asked me to play the video for you. They asked me to share the comments I have, so they have fully supported it.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
You keep saying in your comments, we will consider
The
this.
partnership,
Okay.
we as
Is
the
that-
partnership.
You keep saying we, does that include you and the mayor, or who is we?
Well, I came up with the concept in conjunction with the mayor through the brainstorming. I had the experience managing projects, so the mayor has told the partners that at their request, would Susan be involved in helping get this off the ground? And certainly I will, unpaid, volunteer,
Okay, so
because I have the experience on managing.
someone has to be in charge of everything.
The contractor administrator will.
Okay. But they will work through you and the mayor? How's,
They'll work through the partnership. The contract will include all the partners. It'll be a collaborative effort. There won't be a CEO or a board, a director. It'll be an equal board, equal standing. There won't be any paid person that's the top person, a board of directors.
yeah, what I don't understand is you kept saying, we will consider whether these people can move to Sycamore Shoals and have opportunities to, for employment. You keep saying, we will consider, so that's why.
Right, the partners, Milligan College, Sycamore Shoals, the mayor's office, again, since the idea came from my brainchild, and in conjunction with the mayor, and my experience working with interim programs, so, and the partnership.
Actually, just to add comment to that and not to debate or anything like that, Dr. Greer and his staff, they're pretty excited about the situation, the opportunity. They'll be choosing the interns. They'll be screening, interviewing these people to actually be placed at Sycamore Shoals.
And Ms.
from their
Bowers
graduate-
will too.
And then Jennifer Bowers, they're the ones that'll be actually controlling that end of the.
Well, shouldn't they have been here today?
They would have been here. Ms. Bowers had a conflict. She's not in the area today. It's my understanding. Is that not correct?
State parks
That-
managers are meeting off-site for the whole state today.
And
She
Doc-
couldn't come.
And Dr. Greer's staff, as well as Ms. Bowers, have previewed these presentations to make certain that they weren't cast in a negative light. It's, one of their concerns was, I think their opinion was that they didn't want to be perceived that they're in here trying to take hold of this money, which is not the case at any point in time. They're willing community partners. They're the best of the best. We're trying to showcase these crown jewels. We have an opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they've agreed to come on board. They didn't come to us. We went to them. Once we told them about the proposal, they were extremely excited, and they have given a commitment that if the commission, and it's all if, it's up to you guys, if you choose this particular option, then they are willing to come on board and do everything they can to make this a successful venture so that in time we'll see not 1,500 new people, but with the proper marketing, with design sensory, you could see as much as maybe 25, 50,000. We've got a baseline. You know exactly what the average attendance is, so you can determine. You can come back and look at those numbers in 6 months or a year and know exactly how successful your efforts have been and whether or not there's any return on investment.
Well, what if we decide to go on board with this, and the city of Elizabethton and the city of Watauga decides not to? Where are we at?
Well, keep in mind, the hotel motel tax, let's go back to 1984. There was an opportunity for the city of Elizabethton to go ahead and initiate the private act so that they could claim the money. That's what happened to all cities and counties across the state. For whatever reason, and I can't roll back the hands of time, I don't know exactly why Carter County got the jump on it, but once they did, that dedicated the money to the county. It's a county fund, it comes in. At no point in time can the city of Elizabethton, even though the motels are here in the city of Elizabethton, can they get that money. It's already been outlined. We made the request for the private act. It went to Nashville. It came back in a different wording than what was submitted to the resolution, and it was passed. It requires 2/3 of affirmation here, and that's where we're at. But as far as the hotel motel tax, it's for this entity, Milligan College. Keep in mind, it's not going to be the mayor. It's not going to be the mayor's assistant, but the contract will be with Milligan College as the administrator of the funds. That's the way it's going to be set up.
Yeah, but we've always had this problem. We need to work with the city. We've left the city out of the whole thing here, even though I know it's the county's money, but the city is in the county. And we need to work with the city on this too, not just...
The city will be part of that. We'll bring them in. The thing about it is, the most important part of this equation is the branding. If you don't have the product that you can put out by social media to the world, we're no better off. We'll continue to be America's best kept secret. So we have to have the city involved. We have to promote, we have to have a promotional video that will make a difference that we can get out to the world to attract people. That little...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think we've discussed this long enough. I'm here to make a motion that we go ahead and take this promotion with this partnership at this time.
I have a motion by Commissioner Trivett to enter into a contract for the promotion, tourism promotion, and who was the second? Second by Mr. Lewis, or Mr. Carroll? Second by Mr. Carroll.
We have a motion presented before, and we said that could be considered at the end of these discussions. So if we've reached the end of the discussions, I believe the first motion has precedent over his motion.
Well, not so, Mr. Meehan, because we've already went an additional 20 minutes above and beyond the discussion. We're at that point. We have a motion on the floor. Let me restate the motion. The motion is to enter into or start to prepare a contract for the tourism promotion partnership as an alternative. Prepare tourism promotionship partnership, I guess. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Trivett?
correct.
And that was seconded by Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Chairman, don't you think you should have the other motion voted on first because
No,
it was
ma'am.
made and you denied it?
No, ma'am. If you would please, have your seat.
I rise to appeal from the chair's decision.
Okay. One second.
Needs a second and a majority vote.
I have an appeal by Mr. Meehan. And do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Acuff. No discussion?
No.
With that, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to appeal the chair's decision. We have a second by Mr. Acuff. Madam Clerk, proceed with the vote.
Could you explain, sir, the outcome of the vote? Yes or no?
The appeal, if you're in favor of the appeal standing, you will vote yes. If you are against the appeal, you will vote no. We have another technical difficulty, so just bear with us just one moment, please. Mr. Jenkins. Okay, Madam Clerk, reveal the vote. 59 chairs. Motion to appeal has been passed. Okay. Mr. Hill.
I just wanted to, the motion that was on the floor is kaput now. Is that fair? Is that right?
The motion on the floor will not stand. We have to go back to another motion.
Can I make a motion at this time, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Tester's motion will go.
Sorry, Mr. Tester.
Mr. Tester, make your motion, please.
My motion is to have the attorney to draw the contract up and return this 90,000 or whatever this money is, it will withhold it from the Chamber of Commerce and give it back to them.
I'll second.
Motion.
I don't know that I need to put this in as a motion, but I'm sure that they will work with these people and see what needs to be done, if there's anything we can do to expand what they're doing now.
Okay. The motion is to have county attorney draw a contract and return the monies to the chamber. Is that clear? Is that a fair statement of the motion? It's seconded by Ms. Deeds. We're in discussion.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a friendly amendment to that motion?
You can offer the amendment if
A friendly amendment, that's, say that really quickly. Okay, I would like to add to this that I would like to make this conditional with exploring taking those modules, plugging them in. Because this is really good work and it should not be put to waste, okay? I would like to make this conditional so that they can get back at the chamber to business as usual while this goes on. But I would like for us to very critically and very seriously investigate plugging in these modules, the reduction, if not elimination of the overhead, and all the assets that you guys are bringing on board, including and especially the college, to Mr. Tester's motion. Would you be good with that?
That's what I said back then, wanted the chamber folks in order with this to see what needs to be done.
You're getting two different positions, two different things here on the motion and the amendments. You don't want one way, you want the other.
Gentlemen, if you would please, let's allow one person to speak at a time. I think Ms. Robinson.
Yeah, and I know it's very kind, the compliments and the feedback, but we're also making an assumption that changing the scope of the proposal for the partnership, it would be subject to those partners being willing to accept any changes, because they're not familiar with what changes you're proposing.
And that's a question that definitely needs to be asked.
So just don't assume that we can make the modification.
Right, we should investigate all options before we take some really specific action. The chamber needs to get back to business as usual as best it can. And if this turns out to be a better option, then we take a look at that when we find out how much of this can plug in, if any of it can plug in. I think it's a pretty valid approach.
Mr. Chairman, they have already been doing their business over there. They haven't slowed down none, and they've still got reserves over there. So, Mr. Chairman, I think I was standing on.
Gentlemen, you know, last year we ended the year great. We accomplished quite a bit of success. on a number of projects. The place that we fail is when we come together here in this assembly. We've got too many ideas going at any one point in time. There's a half a dozen people that want to talk. We have to maintain order and decorum. So we have a certain group of individuals here that want to do all the talking and they not give the other people an opportunity. So, Mr. Peters, if you would, sir, go ahead and do your...
This is in reference to Mr. Tester's motion. Talking with our attorney on drawing up a contract, he has to have some direction from the commission. He can't just go out and draw up a contract the way he wants it. He has to be directed by the commission. And if Mr. Tester would allow, I would like to amend that motion to refer this with our attorney back to the budget committee to direct him on what type of contract, what is in the contract, and then he can proceed with the contract. If he would like to address that, I would yield the floor to our attorney to expand on what I'm talking about.
Well, certainly, I can't, contrive the terms of the contract. It's your all's decision who you want to contract with, what you want those terms to be. Obviously, a typical contract is going to need to say what's expected of us, what's expected of them. Whoever it is I need to work with, whether it be some representative of the chamber or whatever other option you choose, I'm perfectly willing to do that. And if that needs to go back to budget committee, that's fine too. Whatever you all decide, I just need direction as to what terms to put in the contract. Of course, I have my own ideas, but my ideas may not be as important as what you all decide you want to do. So that's what I need. However you decide to progress, give me the terms, give me the parties, and we will get to work.
Mr. Lyons. Mr. Lyons.
This question is for our attorney. Mr. Harden, would this impact at all anything that we have pending in the litigation with Carter County Law? Because it seems to me that this is tied under that umbrella.
Well, I think the same question was asked in November, and I'll try to give the same response. Of course, there's no way that I could tell you that it's not somewhat related. I mean, the tourism is funded under Carter County Tomorrow umbrella, chambers under that umbrella. So, of course, there is some relation there. As far as a direct effect, I can't say, I can't speculate as that. It is a separate decision as whether we fund Carter County Tomorrow or whether you fund Chamber for Tourism. Those are separate decisions. But to say it's completely unrelated, I can't say that. But will it negatively affect the litigation? It's related. I don't know.
We have pending litigation. Still hasn't been resolved in the courts, and we still haven't received a response, as far as I know, to the offer we made to Carter County Tomorrow.
That's correct.
So I'm concerned about moving forward with this and having votes on it with the pending litigation.
Certainly, we haven't received that response, and if we had, I would let you know that. But like I said, these are separate decisions. These are, the litigation as it exists right now concerns the validity of a lease. That's all it concerns. It doesn't concern funding with tourism. It doesn't concern funding Carter County Tomorrow. The litigation as it exists is about a lease on a building. That's what it's about.
I understand that part. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Cullen.
Yes, this goes back to when we were talking about the partnership and if we did this motion. I think if Sycamore Shoals and Milton College are so happy to be involved with this proposal, I can't imagine that they would not want to work with our current people with the tourism. So I really have my doubts that that would be a problem, but I would hope not.
Mr. Chairman, you have a motion on the floor. We're in discussion that I asked the person that made the motion if he would accept my amendment, my friendly amendment to his, and And I'm not saying,
Well, if they go back to the budget committee, we're gonna throw this out of the month.
right, but we can't do it now without a contract.
Mr. Hill's got an amendment too.
Thank you.
We've already got an amendment by Mr. Hill. You made the motion to amend to include the partnership, tourism partnership proposal,
I
correct?
want to see how this could fit. I want to see us not,
And there was a second on that, if I'm correct. Who was the second?
did I have a second? Anybody second that?
Did anyone second his
Well,
proposal?
there's been 2 proposed friendly amendments, and no one has accepted the friendly request yet. So we're not needing seconds. You know, it's up to the original person who made the motion is whether they're going to accept that amendment. If not, the full body can vote to amend. But you're asking right now, there's 2 different friendly amendments, and nobody's answered those questions.
Okay.
Another question to the attorney. Can you draw up the contract without input from a committee?
I can certainly draw up a contract, but I think the whole point of it is to know what you all want in the contract.
Right, that's why it needs to go through a committee. How will he know without him going through a committee?
Well, can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Sure.
It doesn't make sense to send this through a committee. If Mr. Tester's motion that was second to Ms. Deeds, if they accept the friendly amendment to include Mr. Hill's proposal to the promotion partnership agreement, then wouldn't it make sense that the person who put the matter together sat down with the chamber and see if we can work that out? Because what good would it do for the committee to put together the terms of the contract? Because who made the contact with Milligan? Who made the contact with the state? Who made the contact with Sycamore Shoals? If that's the desire of the committee, if this is the way it's going to go, does it not make sense to have Ms. Robinson sit down with Ms. Tanya Stevens, let them work out the details? Because if the money is going to go to the chamber, if you're going to maintain this, it just makes sense to me that the people who are involved, who knows the details and are working with the people as to how that money would flow. And keep in mind, it's going to take a while to do this. It's not going to happen within just a few days or even a couple of weeks. We have to have the contract. And then, Ms. Bird, are there not some policies that have already been implemented by financial management that dictate how monies are to be released, and those things have to be in place?
There are.
The chamber,
And if I might add, before you get to the contract level, there really needs to be a feasibility discussion, because previously Milligan would have been the contract administrator, the money would flow to them. If I'm hearing correctly, in the proposal, the chamber would be the flow through, that's a different dynamic. So the first step before a contract, the director to the attorney, will be for the action item to be taken, to sit down and see if we could come up with a little bit different concept that works for everybody, and then come back for your approval and a contract then, my opinion.
Mr. Tester, you've made the motion to go ahead and try to draft a contract. Right now, we can't draft that contract if we incorporate, of course, you haven't accepted Mr. Hill's friendly amendment to include this dynamic here. Would you entertain amending that to allow the mayor's office, Ms. Robinson and Ms. Stevens, to sit down, put together a proposal, see if this is even possible, and meet with the principals and make it a win-win for everyone? This is a great opportunity. I agree with Commissioner Hill.
Hold the cat. Wait, could you say that one more time?
Lightning's going to strike. Everyone, please evacuate the building for Mr. Harrell. But with that gives us an opportunity to make this happen, because there are some monies on reserves. The chamber has enough money. We're looking at about $50,000. It makes sense, if we're going to work together, that those two experts sit down and go back to the original contacts and see if they're still agreeable, and if they are, let them start putting together the terms of the contract, because they are the ones that know best, much better than me or any of you, based on the overview. Mr. Hill.
There's one other problem that I see though, and they addressed that with the upcoming Covered Bridge Festival and the need to have something that's suitable for the 50th anniversary, which would begat the need to be able to continue with plans that were funded as they originally planned.
Correct. And this would be sort of the most expeditious path to take. If we can get the two parties, the chamber sitting down with Ms. Robinson and those people, we can hopefully put together as expeditiously as possible terms of contract so that the attorney will know how to draft it. Right now, we don't know. So it just makes sense to me, Mr. Tester, if the commission's agreeable, that we make your motion such that Ms. Robinson, Ms. Tanya Stevens sit down, get with those principals, and report back here next month, hopefully with the draft of the contract that then this body could review well in advance and approve.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And so many times in the past, you have sat here as chairman and promoted a certain viewpoint, which I'm not disagreeing with, Mr. Hill, that you have sat here and from the chair and directed this commission as to what you want done. And that is wrong. We've seen it done so many times here on the commission. You are directing, you're covering your tracks. That's exactly what you're doing. In case this don't get voted in, then you want to have it. You're bringing them in the back door. That's exactly what you're doing. I don't disagree that they should work together. They should. But you don't have that directive to do that from the
I don't. I was just making a suggestion, sir. Mr. Tester, it's up to you. That's just a suggestion. And yes, I should have asked you to come up and take the chair, but I thought we're in friendly discussion. We're in friendly amendments. It seems like, and believe me, I've never advocated anything that Mr. Hill has proposed today.
I am as shocked as anyone,
Okay.
sir. I am in disbelief.
So what I'm trying to do is not push my agenda, but push what is the best interest of the people of this county. Okay, Mr. Tester, it's up to you, sir.
I'm a little confused about hearing this, and I'm not understanding quite 100% what Mr. Hill wants. Nor Mr. Hill. I think we have a change of director here. I think we can proceed with this with my motion, and I'm sure that these people will sit down and talk with these other people. I'd like at least the budget committee. We're having any meetings between you and these people. I think at least the budget committee should be there with it and discuss this thing and then bring it back to the full commission. My motion is to turn these people, turn this money loose. We can turn it loose. It's not got anything to do with Carter County tomorrow, rest assured. This is a chamber of commerce tourism thing. It's one thing. It's not whatever else they're connected to. They may be connected to several organizations. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just this. So they can proceed on, and so we can, this deal is a two-sided thing. Lots of people come into town, and they're not going to know about Middleton College or something else. And when a visitor comes into town, they will show up and they go straight to the Chamber of Commerce. We need to keep it open. We need to keep it functioning. And then, the state park, people go to the state park because they drive out from many states to come here to the state park because that's what they want to do. And so the Chamber of Commerce needs to be involved in this. And so my motion is to turn the money back over to the Chamber of Commerce.
Your motion's clear, sir. We've got that. Your friendly motion, Mr. Hill, is not going to be accepted. Mr. Carroll.
My question is, if this was just presented to us is a really good idea. Now, I'm not an expert on tourism, but it sounded really good to me. And evidently, it sounded really good to some other commissioners. Now, this concept or this idea is not something that just popped up in the last 30, 60 days. If it's been out there, my question is, why have the people who were paying this money to develop tourism, why haven't they hooked onto that?
Amen.
I mean, it's their job to do it, and it's a good idea. So my question is, why haven't they did it? And if they had, we wouldn't be having this meeting today. We wouldn't be spending all this time chasing our tails for something that already been taken care of.
If I might add, if you don't mind, my grandfather passed away when I was 4, and so when I was trying to come up with suitable alternatives to help the commission with options, I was actually there when, in the governor's office as a 4-year-old, when he signed Sycamore Shoals State Park funding into legislation to be able to fund the park. So, you know, why didn't they come up with it before? I don't know, but I know why I came up with it, because it was part of my legacy, my history. And when my grandfather died, Governor Winfield Dunn they had the funeral service memorial at Rome Mountain. And there's pictures of me, little pink dress. I still remember that, even though I was only 4. So that's what I brought the idea forward. You know, I know that a lot of people, when they do something and they've always done it a certain way, sometimes it's harder to think outside the box. I will share with you this, that when we were looking for partners for the partnership proposal, we went to a Niswonger Foundation to see, because the partnership offers scholarship, it offers educational, historical opportunities, tourism. And Niswonger shared with us that it's very innovative, very forward-thinking, and it really is outside the box. A lot of people wouldn't have come up with it. And they actually pledged their support in year 2, when and if we get it off the ground. And, you know, after it's in place, then they'll support us as well.
Ms. Deeds.
This legislative body is hindering tourism in this county. And I do not think we should punish the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism because of Carter County tomorrow. So I think we should vote for this motion.
Mr. McQueen.
What I would say to all of my fellow commissioners is, we all want to see the county do well. We are bound by certain restrictions right now. If I'm correct, we can't actually release that money until a contract is in place per law. So what I would recommend is for us to not vote for this, put together a task force that will alienate all parties that are considered adverse or non-cooperative. We want to work together, we want to cooperate. I think a task force represented by each member of the districts of the county, also including the chamber, also including the city and Watauga, would form an 11-man task force, bring in the interested parties, and we can come together to some sort of agreement there and bring it back before the full commission, completely informed and unilaterally in agreement. So that's what I recommend.
Mr. Johnson.
I call for a question because we flew the discussion part and all the dissertations. Do you mind if we get to the vote of the motion?
Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of the question on the motion, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is that county attorney will draw up a contract for the advancement of the money to chamber. Continue on as usual. We do have all discussion. Just one point of clarification, Ms. Byrd. If we do draw the contract up, how long will it be before the money can be released per current policies and procedures? What all is required?
The procedures you were referencing,
Yes,
those
ma'am.
are for outside agencies. Tourism is a contracted service, so that would not cover tourism. They would just have to abide by whatever is put in our contract. So as soon as they provide us whatever, if there's additional information required in the contract, I'll be able to release the money.
Okay. With that, Madam Clerk, if you would, proceed with the vote. All those in favor respond by aye, those opposed, no. Reveal the vote. 13 ayes, motion passed. Okay, next item on the agenda. 10-minute recess. Be back at 3:45.